Test, 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 2, 3.
Well, he's not bowling, so he's
And good morning, everybody. From Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl in Fort Myers, Florida, I'm Larry Lickstein. We'd like to welcome all of you to today's 6-game scratch event. It's a very strong field, $80 entry fee, $500 added by Audi of Fort Myers. The bowlers will be bowling 6 games. At the end of 6 games, we will cut to the top 5, and we will have a stepladder finals here at Robert Eddy's living room. Great to be back with all of you today. A small field, but a strong field today, and we'll be using the 4-camera setup right here. It'll be coming right up. Bowlers will be bowling from 35 to 50 as of right now, and some excellent scratch shooters bowling this morning, led by the legend Mike Alshire, who 11 years ago led the United States, averaging 254 for the league season. Jake Miller bowling today. Scott Chikoski, who led this facility last year with a high 3 games of 859, also in the field. A lot of scratch players, a lot of people asking for us to put up some scratch events, and that's what we've done. And David Forbes is always coming to the rescue, the owner and general manager of Audi of Fort Myers, coming up with $500 added for today's action here at the living room. This will be the close-up shots, 35 to 38, 39 to 42. Oops, got to change that. Bear with me. We did have a little technical issue this morning. Let me get 35 to 42 up. It'll take about 1 minute. Or 39 to 42, excuse me. There it is. And let's put a logo in there to make sure that we acknowledge a sponsor. And I think we ought to put up the Audi logo, being that he is coming up with 500 for today's action. So just bear with me. There it is. David Forbes, probably the greatest sponsor in the United States. Over $50,000 a year he's sponsoring here at Lightning Strikes, with car giveaways and PBA Senior Tour sponsorship, Audi of Fort Myers Tuesday night sponsorship, 500 today, and every junior league bowler in this facility, there was 140 of them. David Forbes bought every one of them bowling shirts, Lightning Strikes on there, Audi logo, and the logo of Ricky Ward's RPM. What a sponsor. We always want to thank David for his generosity. Bowlers will be bowling at the high end of the house today. I'll put the camera on him. On the high end, you can see there's a group starting to come in. Let me raise it a little bit. There we go. About 30, it looks like, which is, again, in a scratch field, you're lucky to get 30. We would have had a lot more today, but the Southwest Florida City Tournament is running at Bolero. So we lost some people. Daniel Lynn now walking down there, the young two-hander that bowls for Weber, and he could definitely be a factor today. He is a lefty, and he is great. We'll be watching him as we cross the house. Again, the weather today, beyond comprehension. 72, 73, no humidity, and just the perfect Florida day. We will be using tournamentbowl.com. I expect decent scores. Again, today we're bowling on the Viper. I forgot to say, this is also a sport shot. The Viper today. not a house shot. That's going to be interesting. Probably the most important factor today is the shot. Keep in mind, our tournament players are usually used to the house shot here. And I like that. It gives everybody pretty much an equal chance. Obviously, you're always going to have your best bowlers in scratch events. Jason Davis out of Port Charlotte throws the ball fantastic. He's bowling today. A lot of people have been asking for scratch events and sport shots. And Robert Eddy has said, okay, you got it.
Good afternoon, eyelids. Whenever you're ready, hit your check marks and you can start
Let's
your
check out
practice.
Tournament Bowl right here. Let me get it up.
Approved.
Make sure I give you the complete roster. There it is, Mike Alshari, Jerry Brunetti Jr. joining us today. Nice to see him back. Dave Bullock, Scott Chakowski, Corey and Ryan Constantine, Jason Davis, Dave Forbes, Julio Fuste, Bobby Hamilton, Aaron Harris, John Huff. Hey, Jerry. How you doing, sir?
How are you, buddy?
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, man.
How you feeling, all right?
I'm alive.
Yeah, so am I. I couldn't watch my son bowl.
I saw his name. Nice to have you with us. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, well,
I remember your TV show at Woodside in the days. Good for you.
Yeah, that was the good old days. This Robbie here?
Yeah, Robbie's here. There he is.
Is that Robbie?
That's Robbie. Go say hi to Robbie. Anyways, let me get back to the. I just saw Jerry Brunetti Sr. here, a longtime bowler out of Rochester, New York. I wanted to say hello to Jerry. He is a legend. Hall of Fame in New York and Rochester. Anyways, Jason Davis, Julio Fuste, Bobby Hamilton, Aaron Harris, John Huff, Greg Lewandowski, Danny Lynn, James MacGyver, Mark Milicinovich, Jake Miller, Mark Nigro, Jamal Pearsall, Mike Pierce, Brandon Rucker, Ashley Schwartz, John Stuyvesant, Mike Kafarsky, and Johnny Wukash bowling today here at Robert Eddy's living room. And I want to just do something here. I'm going to put my friend on with me, who I haven't seen in a while. This man was a legend in Rochester, New York in his life, and moved to Naples many years ago, made a PBA Senior Tour telecast in his day. The great Jerry Brunetti. Nice to have you with us, man.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You had a great career in your life.
Yeah.
How many Hall of Fames were you in? New York?
Yeah.
Rochester in New York State?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in that Florida one, but it seems they don't think my thing down here.
Well, in your day, you were quite a player up there in Rochester with Steve Nowicki and
Oh, yeah.
Tommy Kress, and great group of great bowlers. And
Hard to bowl now. I'm 85 this year.
be 85. I hope I get to 85. I'll take 85 right now. I feel great. Good to see you. Now, what year did you make a telecast in Naples?
1992, Emerald.
1992, a PBA telecast. Did you bowl against Anthony? Who'd you bowl against?
John Ursina, he beat me.
You bowled John Racine.
He beat me.
You remember the top five?
Yeah, with Barry Gurney.
Barry Gurney.
Nevada.
Ron Winger. Fantastic.
And me, John Ursina. John Ursina left. I was second. And Robert Gibbs.
Bob Dibbs out of Texas.
Yeah.
He's a great player in his day.
Yeah, I beat him 257 to 238.
Was that an ESPN telecast?
Yeah,
Back then was
ESPN,
ESPN.
yeah. Still, I can bring him up on
Wow. 92. So let's see, you were in your early 50s.
51.
51. Wow.
And back in the day, in 1971, my team from Rochester won the ABCs.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought you were an Eagle winner. You are an Eagle winner, aren't you?
I can't fly anymore.
Well, I'm an Eagle winner. So
Are you?
1969 Classic All Events, 1970 team with Petraglia, McGrath, Schlegel, and Gerhardt. Back to back at 19 and 20. 69 and 70. Old Classic division. This was the PBA
Yeah,
division.
yeah. That's
My first two, I won Eagles. They're telling me, from the best of their records, that I'm the only bowler since 1914, the second youngest bowler since 1914 that went back-to-back Eagles in his first two at 19 and 20.
not easy to do. You know?
No, it was not either. It was never done again either by me. But I thought you were an Eagle winner. Congratulations.
1971. We shot
Wow.
32-38.
And who was your team?
That was a lot of local guys.
Yeah.
Sam Mardello,
Yeah,
Bud Payne,
yeah,
Joe Mortarella,
yeah.
myself,
Joe Martorella, Millie's.
Billy. Yeah, they got married the same year.
That Millie Martorella's husband.
Yeah.
Wow.
They got married in 1971 when they bought the Tom brothers.
Yeah. So you've got a USBC Eagle and a PBA telecast and New York State and Rochester Hall of Fame. What a career. Did you get balls drilled with Ray DeSanto in your life over the Bowler's World? He just passed away.
94.
He was 94. Yeah, he was unbelievable. Still in business. Still worked every day. He never could quit.
When you got a job like that,
Well-
all you do is go in. You don't drill balls. Nothing.
Well, no, but he was there. He was
right.
a great.
Well, the son did it.
Oh, Ray did a great job. Oh, yeah.
Ray did our balls, and I was on the tour.
Yes, Ray was the player service director. Yeah, for me, from 92 to
That's right, you had the
96.
big trucks.
And
I
then he
remember.
was my sub.
Right,
He
yeah.
came
I
in for
remember.
me.
I remember you had that big.
You had a hell of a career. I thought you were an Eagle winner. It's a long time ago.
long.
Nixon was president. Balls were rubber and lanes were wood, man.
Now you got string pins.
Well, oh, I know.
How's your son doing?
Michael's still bowling very well. Michael's still a good bowler. Still scratch ball. Oh yeah. Got the arms flying everywhere. Looks like an eagle in flight.
Yeah. Well, my son Jerry, he's a good shooter. He's a good.
Oh, he's a
shooter.
good bowler. I know.
He's a lefty. You know, us lefties don't get enough credit.
Well,
Because
the good ones do.
Our side is easy.
Well, of course it's easy. Anyways, thank you for spending some time with me.
Thank you, buddy.
Best of
Nice
luck
to-
and nice to see you. Congratulations on your great career. You should be very proud of you.
You've had a good career too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Here's an old timer there, 85 years old, here today to watch his son, just hobbling along, and a great bowler in his life, and a USBC Eagle winner. How about that, huh? Today there's three of us in here. Myself, John Huff, and Jerry Bernetti, and we're all born in New York. I lived in Connecticut, but the Huffer and Jerry are born in New York, and so is I. So we're real proud of our home state, proud of our bowling records, and honored to be with all of you. Wasn't that nice? That was a surprise. Just an old man up here to watch his son with a cane who won an Eagle and made a PBA telecast. God bless him. God bless him. Absolutely wonderful. All right. Let's pull up Tournament Bowl again and take a look at that roster. See if any more people have signed up. Robert Eddy's name's up there now. The boss. All right, it's my pick time. Who am I going to pick today for a top five? I would say Alshire, Davis is 2. Huff is 3, Jake Miller is 4, and Brandon Rucker 5. Those are my picks. That means every one of them won't make it. They all got the Litchi kiss. Sorry, gentlemen. Sorry to do that to you. What a nice little group. I love it. Our sponsors' logos: Charlie's Irrigation with Ed Duda, Oaks Farms, Brightview Financial, John Pfister and his son-in-law Bobby Hamilton Bowling today, RPM Ricky Ward, Audio Fort Myers, Dave Forbes Bowling, and naturally Jopo. What would we do without Jopo? There's the RPM logo, Mark Milicinovich, formerly out of Detroit, getting ready today to try to make some money. Again, what a wonderful event this is. I'm really glad Robert did this. I mean, these people have been asking for it. Hopefully it'll build. David Forbes adding 500 today to the pot. Who's that guy? He moved back. And Tyler Armour's bowling today. Our local Brunswick rep. Check this out. I think I know he's here. He might be bowling. He was in the booth with me Wednesday night. There he is. And he is Mr. Brunswick in our facility. And he is so generous, and I mean generous, to what he's done for all of us here at Lightning Strikes. Many of our players, what we call the local staff positions, not national, regional staff positions, if you will. And Tyler, working with Mike Alshire, David Stouffer, Josh Henkel, Chrissy Stewart. We love having Tyler with us. Excellent bowler, too. Young man can flat play. Was third in Costa Rica with Evan Baranicki about 3 months ago. And let's check out the live chat today. See who's Jimmy Argy's on. Tom Hagler. And Tom Hagler, ladies and gentlemen, had the thrill of a lifetime yesterday with his daughter and their team winning the national championship, U-Pike. I don't know the exact heading, Tom, but I know one thing. All of us here kind of knew this could happen. I mean, you don't know until it actually does. But I don't think there was a doubt in anyone's mind here locally that Katerina would bring to that team such ability and wisdom and charisma that they would form around her and possibly win a championship. And that's exactly what happened. And I'm not surprised. I'm thrilled, obviously, but I'm not surprised. When I started watching her 5 years ago, my eyes popped out of my head. I mean, at 14, I saw something. I said, oh, my God. I knew the sky was the limit. And lo and behold, she went to school, and now she's an intercollegiate champion. And again, all of us here at Lightning Strikes and in Southwest Florida would like to congratulate you and your wife and Katerina for a job well done. I know you folks had thousands and thousands of miles of driving her to different junior events in your lives, and very dedicated parents, and the dedication now is paying off because now she's proven to be one of the greatest young women bowlers in the United States, and the sky's the limit. Unbelievable. U-Pike. NAIA National Champions. Wow. Boy, do I love saying that. I didn't know exactly the initials, but I knew it was big time. That I'll tell you. Sometimes the older guys like me get a little confused about all these new organizations and schools and programs, but you don't get confused when you hear the word win. That famous Dick Weber commercial, winning is everything, for Choice Hotels. Winning never gets old. Just about ready to start practice here at the living room. Robert Eddy bowling today. Bowled very well yesterday. Had a chance, but just didn't sneak in. We'll be using 47 to 50. 43 to 46. 39 to 42. And 35 to 38 here for today's tournament. Let's go back and check out the entries again. I think a few more people have decided to join us today. We had 40 yesterday, and hoping for 30 today. So about 28. Now keep in mind it's an $80 entry fee, so you figure 30 roughly times 80 is 2,400, and 500 added is 2,900, minus about 1,200 for lineage. Looks like we're about anywhere between $1,500 and $1,900 prize fund today, not counting brackets. So there's some pretty good money out there to be won.
We are just about ready to go ahead and get started. I will be coming around with your score sheet shortly. You guys can go ahead and get your check marks and get started on your 10 minutes of practice. Today for movement, we are just going to be moving one pair to the right each game. We are not going to be skipping pairs today. Just moving one pair to the right each game.
One to the right after each game, so 47 and 48 will go back down to 35 and 6. And again, a small field, but a strong field. Many of these bowlers are scratch players, obviously, multi-champions, people that have been bowling all their lives. Anytime you get something like this, where you're dealing with this experience on a sports shot, they can make them look easy. This is the Viper. And this morning on the way into work, I kind of felt I couldn't see real good out of my left eye. It was sort of bothering me. I didn't know what it was. And I got here and realized I don't have a lens in this eye. See the finger goes all the way into the glasses. Didn't know it till I got here. You talk about a senior moment. That's the second time I've done that, where I picked my glasses up, said, boy, there's something feels funny with my eye. Yeah, well, that's called no lens, pal. I don't know. Another senior moment for Litchie. David Bate drilling on Martha's Vineyard today. Nice to see that. Now, I'll be honest with you. If I thought I could switch, and I'm not knocking Lightning Strikes or our owner, but if I thought I could switch today from here to go over to Martha's Vineyard, I could assure you I would switch. I love Southwest Florida, but I ain't never seen anything like the Vineyard. That's from another world, folks. What I loved most about the Vineyard, other than the quaint, beautiful homes, which are second to none in the world, was the fact that there's no 4-lane roads and it's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. And in the 8 months that I was there, for every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I never saw a cop car. I said, this is my kind of town. Like Sinatra likes Chicago. I liked Oak Bluffs, my kind of town. No police, no speeding, no 4 lanes. Unbelievable. Stephen Darris is on. Ralph Marple is on. I once roomed with Ralph Marple at the La Quinta Motel in New Orleans, Louisiana, in late March of 1970, right around now, Ralph. 56 years ago, we roomed together. We bowled the New Orleans Open. I cannot believe, Ralph, this is no exaggeration. It was right around now because Johnson shot his 300 in early April, and he won that tournament that we bowled in. And then the next week, he went to Akron and won that. He went back-to-back and won the tournament champions with that famous 299 game. So we roomed together the week before he bowled 299 on television. Ralph was from the Boston area, and I was from northern Connecticut. It's a long time ago, brother. I'm glad we're still here. Tom Cook is on. Welcome aboard, Tom. So nice to see Jerry Benetti. I hadn't seen him in a long time. He's got a cane and he's hobbling, and a Eagle winner and a PBA televised finalist on the senior tour. And he's so proud of his record. You could just see when he was talking about it, his face lit up. I'm sure that Eagle win and that telecast were the highlights of his bowling career. And they should be very proud. A pioneer on the senior tour, and definitely a pioneer in upstate New York. Learning how to bowl in the 50s as a young boy. Glad he got out of the house, took a ride. You know, some of the old timers have a hard time getting around. They don't like to travel much. And I understand that because I've slowed down a lot. But sometimes you walk in a bowling center and somebody remembers who you are and makes your day, right? I knew Jerry many years. You know, all these teams that go out there, keep in mind when he won in the regular division, which is what they bowl in now. There's no pro division anymore. So when he won in 71, he had to beat some heavy hitters in this country that were great, the greatest amateurs of their days, from Milwaukee, Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, Dallas, Houston, Los Angeles, Boston, Hartford, you name him. His team beat them all. That's fantastic. Well, now, interesting there, watching Danny Lynn and Tchaikovsky. I'm kind of curious about the left side. So I'm going to pull this up here and watch Tchaikovsky a little bit and Dan Lynn. Oh, that ball recovered just fine. I think Dan is too far left. I think he's got to move in a little bit. There you go. That was better. Get it up around 6'7". He's going to be just fine. He's definitely a factor to win this event today. The young kid is fantastic. When he was here in December, he dominated. I mean, bowled great with Katarina Hagler, Chase Stouffer, and Devin Richards. His kids came in here every weekend. The adults did not like it. In fact, there was a little controversy about it because they said the kids have an advantage. Well, of course they have an advantage. They're young. But you don't block them from bowling. I mean, come on. They put their shoes on just like everybody else. And there was some people actually very unhappy that those kids were bowling. And I'm thinking, well, you weren't unhappy when they were in the junior leagues here. They worked their way up. They got good. And now all of a sudden, I guess they're too good. Well, I don't know about that one. I don't know about too good. What I know is it takes years of dedication to get good, and they didn't get there by themselves. They earned it. It was not easy. They had coaching, junior leagues, parents shuffling them around everywhere, buying balls. They had a lot of help. They got good, and they deserve it. I just hope and pray that our junior program keeps growing. Ron Richards, Dave Covington, congratulations on an outstanding job. And now you've cultivated another champion with Katarina. And I'm sure Dan Lynn has got a shot at one, too, before he's done. We've got several college champions from this association. Evan Baranecki, Nick Larson, now Katarina, and St. Ambrose boys, Stouffer and Richards got a shot at it. Dan Lynn's got a shot at it at Weber. So we're thrilled. And those lanes are hooking. And I don't like Lynn's reaction at all. And he didn't do the one thing today he should have done. And that is come in with an axe, the hammer axe, which is a plastic ball with a strong core, or a better core than a regular T-zone. He should have an axe for this short stuff right here. The axe is a great ball on a short off. See, that would look good. I mean, he's got a shot. Doesn't have a lot of room, but he's got a shot. So we'll be watching him. Looks like the bowlers are now ready to start this 6-gamer. Remember, 5 bowlers will make the step ladder. $500 added by Audi of Fort Myers and David Forbes. Robert and David now finishing up their practice. We're on the Viper, and my dear friend Danny Battles with us. Danny, thinking about you every day, my friend, every single day. I send my vibes through the clouds to you, and I'm not alone. All of us love you and are praying for you. Ron Lushart's on. Jordy Frazier's on. Welcome aboard, everybody. Ron Lushart is a certified mathematical genius. Today he will be counting the spare misses and give us the lane talk numbers. And we will call it Lushart Talk. You have to be able to improvise when you're in this seat, Ron. It's going to be real interesting to see who bowls good with all that, without that hold in the middle at 40 feet, which is gone, incidentally. And it does change the game tremendously. Now, there might be some carry down to build it up a little bit. I'm not going to say it isn't going to appear. But right now, it doesn't look like there's a lot there to hold it back. Depends on the puddle up front. You know, if they start carrying it down, they could actually build a little hold spot. We'll see. Danny Battles set I believe, the Florida State tournament record here about 4 years ago. He shot 2,400 plus for 9. I think I had a low series of something like 795 and a couple of 800s. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I know I could never bowl them in my life. So that was enough for me. It's an unbelievable number. It was over 600 over for 9 games. Almost like 270 average for 9, some ridiculous number. There's no way anybody can say those lanes were easy when you do that. It's just the opposite. Because the average is so high that you have to say to yourself, well, how many people have ever done that? Well, at that point, it's a little tougher than it sounds. You immediately hear that number, oh, they must have been easy. Sure, they're easy, but not the average 270. I mean, it does take a little skill. That's where people get confused with high scores and blame the scoring and not give the bowler credit. The bowler just throws the ball. I mean, my philosophy is real simple. No matter what's out there, they just come in and throw the ball. Bottom line is, if they're that good to get that score, give them some credit. Sure, you could take the score away. You know, boil them gutter to gutter with 40 units and 50 feet, and they'll all average 190, and they'll quit. Well, we don't want that either. What good's that going to do? You spoil them for 40 years, and then you give them nothing, they're all going to go home. They're not going to wheel in 12 balls and average 190 and keep bowling. It won't happen. It's too late. What they did is they've allowed the game to do this, and now we have to deal with it. But what you never do is knock the bowler. The bowler just bowls. I've learned that through time. Like this week, I'm reading they're knocking the bowlers bowling in Indiana. For what? Being great? I mean, come on. 827, 793, 795, 300 in every set. Oh my God. Now I know how you got your job with the Bucks. You could outstrike the football players, and they didn't like it, so they hired you. 300 in every set? That's crazy. That's quite a record there. Danny, I'll give you a good one, Danny. One I know you'll like. I had the first 300 in the Connecticut State Tournament on April 8th, 1967. I was a senior. And the second game of the team event, I shot 300. And that day, my team won, my doubles team won, and my all events won. And we had a 300 award in the state. And for that day of bowling, I made $5,200. And when I got paid in July, me and my mother went to Russell Pontiac at East Hartford, Connecticut. And I bought a 65 442 with a 4-speed and 400 horses and dual exhaust and burned the tires off that weekend and had my girlfriend next to me in the bucket seat. And I ended up marrying her. She liked me because I had an Oldsmobile and I could strike. The older I got, things changed. No, I take that back. Married my girlfriend, Mrs. Ann, the mother of my beautiful son, Michael. She watched me bowl my first PBA event when I finished second, when I was 18. And she was in there watching me that night, and she was 16, and my sweetheart. Very lucky. I also bowled fantastic. I don't know if I told you this, Danny, in the 2009 USBC team event in Las Vegas. I went with Couture and Janowitz, and I had 299 in the team event. 176 in game one and 123 in game two. I was extremely happy with that. 154 in game three for a 453 three-game score in the Nationals. Got off the lane, started to cry, and told Pete and John I was never going to bowl again. I flew 3,000 miles to shoot 453. Yep, I was thrilled. You know, if you're going to brag about the good, you may as well tell them about the bad. I can't believe 300 in every set. Oh my God, that's crazy. I watched Duke bowl 300s in a row at Carolier, and I believe 92. He ended game 7-8 of the morning block with 300, came out the night block and shot 300. We were going nuts. I mean, he was so good and so confident. What an ambassador. Obviously, in the top five that ever lived, and no doubt about it. Masters winner, Tournament of Champions winner. Kenny Fry likes my stories. Good, Kenny. Give me $2 a story, and I'll tell you 500 more stories. You could send me $1,000. I'll give you my P.O. box. Hold on, let me write it down. So the bowlers are bowling in Detroit this week. That's where Dave Stouffer is and Lee Ratchin. They drove up there Friday morning. They're there now. And they're bowling at the arena. Rumor has it and I got this from reliable sources. That's why I love bringing up rumors, because everybody that gives you the rumor is a reliable source. You just think about that logic for a minute. Reliable sources have told me that every Bolero house will be string pins within 2 years. And I do believe that's possible. What I don't want to think is what happens when they go to Detroit and do it in that arena. Detroit is a bowling town. It's not a senior haven. It's a little different, and they are taking a big step doing that. And my philosophy is real simple. If you're willing to do something, you got to be willing to suffer the consequences. That one there, when you wipe out iconic houses and turn them into strings, there will be a backlash. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not instigating it. We all know that. Anybody that bowls understands when you go into an iconic facility and you change it, there will be, a lot of unhappy people. I hope the reliable sources are wrong. Again, I understand string pins, but boy, when you go into these palaces and you start doing it, that's a little different than just some local house. That place up there is iconic. Used to be called the Thunder Bowl in Allen Park. I was there 50 years ago for the AMF Grand Prix, 76 and 77. And to walk around in there and watch the bowlers with that arena seating, that's God's gift to bowling right there. And they had many TV shows in there. They had a television platform in the 70s, a lot of major events televised on local television. It's going to be real interesting if the reliable sources are reliable. I guess the amount of electricity they're going to save is from another world. Again, you almost can't blame them. I mean, if you really think about it, today's day and age, with energy costs hitting the roof, and we don't know how long this oil shortage is going to last, and electric bills are going to go up and everything else. I mean, if I own 80 lanes and I could cut my electric bill down 67%, I'd have to think about it. Why wouldn't you? We're all in business to make money, not give it away. I mean, that's the catch-22. You sort of can't blame them. I mean, they're not in business to lose. So we'll know in the future, obviously. Now we are finishing game one. No big scores yet. I mean, there's 2 20s. I don't see anybody running away like every week here on the Fresh. You'll see 9 or 10 in a row in game one. I don't see that. It looks like Dan Lynn found a little something with double spare triple. Jake Miller double open triple. I think Bolero should try to get the rights to the Frank Sinatra classic, I Got the World on a String, Sitting on a Rainbow. Can you imagine if that became their heading? Probably have to pay $100 million to get Sinatra's song. I got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. I know, stick to announcing, Larry. See, this is where spare shooting is the key to crossing the house in this event. You cannot miss the one-pinners and makeables because you're not going to strike a lot. So now the second ball literally is more important than the first, simply because every time you miss a one-pinner, you need a triple or two doubles to make up the minus 11, because a double and 9 is you're picking up 9, but you're losing 11. So you cannot waste doubles and triples because you don't know how to make a one pinner. So that's going to make the difference between the guys that make the top 5 and don't. Alshire coming up, 2 open strike spare triple here on 45. So even the great ones are struggling. And look, he plaques a 10 on a pretty good hit there. I did not expect that. That ball was moving towards the pocket with high revs, and that's 6-legging that flat gutter like it weighed 6 pounds. So scores definitely are going to be lower. And this is what they've been wanting, and they got it. The Viper. Again, David Forbes adding 500 to today's action. At game 1, I'll give you the projected prize fund and whatnot. Yeah, they're tough. There's no doubt about it. If you watch what's going on here with the ball reaction, they're tough. And these guys are going to really have to be patient. The lanes aren't going to come to you. They're not going to get easier. I don't see it. There's OB now. There's you got to thread the needle. Too much core, too much cover and surface, you can forget it. You got to ball down on this and use something with a very low diff, a low RG, and maybe a little surface. You don't need it flaring. You don't need any track flare on this. Forget it. Problem is, you make a good shot, you get sucked in and think you're lined up. If you set the next one short 6 inches, you're right through the beak. You've got to really thread the needle. Be interesting to watch Huff, because Huff's the guy that's bowled on everything. You know, he started off with rubber balls on wood. So you get a guy that's been around the block a little bit, and look at his game. He's got 6 strikes and 2 opens. And one of them was a gutter ball on a strike. Oh my God, how is that possible? Where's he playing? He's going right up the lip. See what he's doing? He's throwing hard and straight. Look at this game. He's got a 0 and 8 on a 4-bagger. You talk about a way to kill a game. Oh my God. But he's got 235 in the wood, which quite frankly is a wonderful thing. Well, look at these leaves. Oh boy. Look at Davis, 178. He is a quality player. So obviously, this is going to be a dogfight today. There ain't nobody running away with this thing. This is not a David Stouffer wire-to-wire day. You can forget it. Of course, he isn't here. Or Robert Hilton. Those guys come in here and average 260 at will. So we now know that it is conceivable that a low 1200 could get to 5th place for 6 games. And that is what they wanted. Oh boy. Look at these splits and washouts. Well, we know. We've all known it for years. Everybody knows what can happen. You know, I have mixed feelings about it, and I always will. And I have the right, and I have more experience than probably most, being that, you know, I was on tour for 30 years and, you know, started the bowl in 1960. So I got a little time underneath me. I understand the reason for a house shot, and I understand the reason to resent it, and I understand the reason that it's there. What I could never do and never will do is blame the bowler, and that's the psychological part that people have to understand. It's not the bowler; they just bowl. They're not responsible for any of the environment. The balls, the synthetic lanes, the lane machines, the patterns, they're not responsible for any of it. They just bowl. Therefore, I love them for that. I was no different. I loved the bowl. What happened was it got out of control, quite frankly, by the governing body. Well, you know, when the governing body takes away the speed limit in this country, you're going to have 1 million people die every year on the highways. Because the morons are going to do $1.20 after they drank all night. So you take away the speed limit, you're going to have death. You know, it's just that simple. Well, in bowling, they allowed it to speed out of control. And it started 50 years ago. It did not start yesterday. It started in the early 70s. The people learned how to block lanes and realized how easy it was to bring scores up. And then they stole leagues from other proprietors because they blocked them. And what happened is the only way you could get your bowlers back was to block them. So they kept, you know, putting the tubes in, you know, oil left and friction right. And everybody was using a rubber ball or a plastic ball. And people started to average 240 with caramel white dots and yellow dots. There was no trick cores and trick covers. So this has been going on a long time ago. Most of you watching today weren't born when it started. Problem is, they never did anything to stop it. And here we are 50 years later with a ball flaring 8 inches and weight blocks that weigh half the amount of the ball, and balls that aren't even weighed or tested for hardness anymore anywhere in this country. So they've just let it get out of control. Unfortunately, it's the way it is. No, I wouldn't blame anybody, Kevin. You can't point a finger. If I own a business and a guy up the street was taking my boulders because everybody in his house was averaging 240, I'm going to make him average 240 in my house. I can't close my doors. And it's not the proprietor's fault. It was above them. It happened because there was a governing body that didn't govern.
I got a 207 last game.
Yeah,
Now I can go home.
yeah.
I paid.
Yeah, I could do it.
I paid for 6 games, and my last game with all those people next to me, and of all the lanes.
They don't know anything. They don't know anything.
No, she's
Well, that's a good point. Maybe they didn't. I'm not going to argue with you, and I do respect your opinion 100%. But I look at it this way. When you sanction a bowling center, right, you tell them and give them the guidelines. And you say to them, you know, we know there's some good bowlers here, and we think the highest average in any house could not exceed the world records in every house. So in other words, when Skang Mercurio averaged 238 in 1933 in Cleveland, he set the high average record. That was the barometer. And do you believe it took 39 years for someone to break that record? 39 years. Mike Durbin broke it in 1972 in Chagrin Falls. What happened was the proprietor in Chagrin Falls told the proprietor in Canton. 2 years later, John Johns broke Durbin's record in '74 in Canton. And then those proprietors told proprietor in Albany, Maury Kramer, and Jim Lewis broke that record. And as the word went out on how to do it, it snowballed. Okay. At that point, the numbers indicated that something was happening. In other words, it lasts 39 years. All of a sudden, it gets beat in 3 different cities by 3 very good bowlers. And then Bill Spiger broke it in the early 80s in Chicago. And now, in the last 45 years, Skang Mercurio's 238 average record has been broken 10,000 times. So, obviously, if you think of it that way, and you say, well, why didn't they come up with a referendum? Why did they not all sit down and say, we have to cap it? Because all of a sudden, it's going to be 250 and maybe even 260. And all of a sudden, 700 means nothing. And all of a sudden, 300 means nothing. And all our records are going to get broken that took people who established them for 40 years are going to get broken in 5 years. And that's exactly what took place. So they all should have sat down in a big room and said, well, what do we do? And they never did that. And that's the saddest part of all, is they were smart enough to do it. And when I was a kid, I remember Elvin Mesger and George Billick were fighting for the 300 game lead in bowling in the 60s. And they were always tied at 21 apiece, and then 22 apiece, and then 23 apiece. And then they got old. And then the next battle was about 40 years ago, 35 years ago, with Bobby Learn and Jim Johnson Jr. out of Delaware. They were both fighting for the lead with 6,300 games or so each. And now Andy Nair has 300 games. And George Gohagen's about 288. And Bart is in the 260s. And they're all great bowlers, don't get me wrong. It's got nothing to do with them. That's when something should have happened. When these scores started to skyrocket, everybody should have sat down in one room and said, okay, what do we do? And when's it going to end? Well, they didn't do it. So, yeah, you can say it's the ABC, it's the proprietors. Well, who else could it be? Yeah, the ball companies? Well, they should have sat down too. They should have said, let's figure out a way to put a ceiling on it. In other words, why should a record be beat 10,000 times that lasted 39 years? That says it all.
All right, Tournament Lord, just one quick announcement. We are going to have to add a pair due to mechanical issues. So if you're on, moving forward, if you were on 49.50, we can make the turn. You'll come to 33.34. And you will skip 47.48.
So 47.48 is out of action. Of course, it's hindsight, when you talk about it now. It's easy to bring up all those numbers. I don't think they realized back in '72 it would be like this, or even in the '80s. I don't think they actually thought that, things like this would happen. Again, kind of tough to be a psychic, but it did happen. And unfortunately, I think the sport took a hit for credibility. There was a time when you averaged 225 in league, they said you were a god. Now they say he's a house hack and he doesn't know what he's doing. What a shame. What are you doing? You gonna go home now?
Yeah, I gotta go after the baby.
Get the baby. How's the little baby? Nice baby. How old? That's the one that's 10? That's the one that's a beautiful dog. Beautiful baby. It's a beautiful little baby. Does she love you?
She does, but she's still playing hard to pet sometimes.
Really?
She runs away, and then I chase her, and then she stops like she's gonna come, and then she runs away again.
I got it. All right, we're going to check some scores out now. And they're not in yet. We'll come back momentarily. Again, good discussion about that. Again, anyone that likes to bring stuff up like that, I don't have a problem with it. And I'll always love our sport regardless of what happens.
I'm gonna make 2 trips.
And you see this group today, and you got nothing to do but admire them. You know, they're all bowling on tight fairways. They want to see what they can do.
Which camera would be best for the step ladder?
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I mean, as long as it's like 43, 44 and above, which pair would work best for you from 43 to 50?
Well, you know, when you talk to Vera Papa like I did, who obviously was touring the United States 95 years ago, I had a chance to ask him a lot of questions about bowling in his day and age. A lot. I also talked to Glenn Allison a lot, and Carter a lot, and Lillard a lot. And they were friends of mine. I mean, good friends, dinner friends. We're gonna go. Nice to see you. Have a nice day. I love you. All right. Have a nice day. All right. Talk to you.
Okay.
All right. And when you talk to the men that saw Pin Boys and Shellac, and then Lacquer, and in the advent of the pin setter, they give you a perspective that none of us have ever heard. Number one, the pin setter changed bowling. What the pin setter did is it brought in open bowling and families and women and kids. In the 40s, 30s, and 40s, they were in bar rooms. They were 8 and 12 lanes surrounded by pool tables, gamblers, chewing tobacco, cigarettes, and other things that we don't bring up on the air. Okay. So, AMF in Brunswick, after World War II, needed to retool. They needed to get away from defense contracting and the war effort and stay in business. And they targeted certain sports. In Brunswick, target motorboating, Mercury and Evinrude, Bayliner and Sea Ray, and automatic pin setters, and building bowling centers because of the interstate highway system, to where now bowling centers could be built out of town, up on the second and third floor where there were 8 lanes, that now you could buy a 5-acre plot 10 miles outside of a city and put in a 32-laner with air conditioning, with a nursery, and the women would come in with kids, and they could bowl all morning and chain smoke and drink, and all of a sudden the pin setter was so good that the lanes could no longer stand the beating, and all of a sudden had to resurface every year. The whole game changed. because of the interstate highway system and the automatic pin setter. Once that happens, obviously scoring changed as well. And when I was a kid, in 63, there was one bowler that averaged 200 in Hartford. One. He was a legend because he was the first guy that averaged a deuce. And they used to talk about him all the time. He won a league season and averaged 200 with a rubber ball on wood. And from then on, it just snowballed, and here we are. All right, let's see what we got. Let's check out scoring. And look at that score. Yes, I would say things have changed. And if you'll notice, 5th place in 196. And if that is indicative to what we are looking at today, I could honestly say it's possible that 1 or 2 bowlers might make the top 5 that don't average 200. They wanted them tough, and there it is. Now, if you look at some of these scores and realize, quite frankly, that several of these bowlers average 230, Alshire, Davis right up there, Brandon Rucker in the high 220s, Tchaikovsky high 220s, Milsonovich up there real good, high 220s. Obviously, the Viper pattern at Lightning Strikes is one that after game 1 is very demanding. So we now know what to expect. You know, next year is the 100th anniversary of Babe Ruth hitting 60 home runs. And when you look at how many players in baseball have actually hit 60 or more, and you think about it a little bit, and you say to yourself, did baseball keep par? Well, considering that nobody's batted 400 since 1941, they did a pretty good job of it. I do believe golf has done a pretty good job of it. Again, they're not perfect. But in our world, we let it go. No doubt about it. And who knows? Everybody has their own opinion on it. I mean, there's 100 people with 100 opinions. It's mind-boggling. And look at the Huffer with magic carry. Now, keep this in mind. The Huffer is probably one of the oldest bowlers in the field. He probably has the most experience in the field. And right now, he's leading the field. That ought to tell you something else, too. Now, when you see that, if that actually takes place today, that he leads this field, is it skill level or is it skill level and knowledge? And that's always been the question when you see something like this. To me, it's skill level and knowledge. Ted Williams, 406, never to be seen again. Isn't that silly? Imagine what the over and under bet would have been in 1941 for the next 50 years. That Would anybody bet 400 in the next 50 years? There ain't one human being that would have said no. That somebody will bet 400 again. Well, now it's 80. This year will be 85 years. One thing you must do when you see this field is you give them credit. Some of these bowlers that are in this entry are not favorites, even when the lanes are easy. And they put their shoes on and put up their money today because they needed to find out. They were curious. They want to know how bad they are or how good they are. And they're going to find out both. There's a lot of bowlers who are going to leave here today and say, boy, am I bad on this. And the next question is, would they bowl a league season on it? Not around here. See, that's where the proprietor got trapped. You take 100 bowlers and they're wheeling in 1,000 balls between them, and none of them can average 200. It's not going to work. Look at Alshire. He can't hit the head pin. And as good a bowler as he is, and he is excellent, and this is not a put down for him. This is just about numbers. Look at that game after practice balls and one game under his belt. 65 in the fifth. And there's the Huffer right next to him with a chance for 290. That's unbelievable to watch, but it's real. Got a break there. Yeah, you often wonder when you see something like this, really, what is really going on here? It's enough to confuse you, and it's enough to ask yourself, do we want it or not? I don't know. How do you announce this every week? Joey Katropa's on. Mark Pulaski's on. Welcome aboard, everybody. Alshire moving a little bit to the right here. He's got to really ball down and get something like an axe if he had one in his bag and just pipe it right at the pocket. Oh my God, look at this. He can't hit the head pin. Check it out. And it's frustrating to watch because we know he's good. Obviously he's confused. Didn't have enough time to really analyze, what he needs to bring here. And again, that's another issue. Your equipment that you usually have is negated on something like this. All the high-powered flare monsters are done on this. There's no chance for them to work. So you might have 10 balls in the trunk of your car. You're 0 for 10. So that's like having to drive with a putter. So for stuff like this, it's plastic, possibly pancake weight block, an axe, small weight block puck in it, an 015 diff, everything, ball down and go direct. Ball down and go direct. It's conceivable that John Huff could lead this thing by 150 pins too. He's smart enough to know what he's got right now, and he knows nobody can do what he's doing. They might try, but they don't know how to do it. Again, that's just lack of knowledge, not lack of ability. They don't bowl on it enough. Huff bowled on this in his life, as a kid. He knows what this is, and he knows how to take his hand out of the ball and line drive it. And as you can see here, in front of that second set of dots, left foot on 20, he's going to go right up 5-6. Wow. How's that look? That's 50 years of bowling right there, too. Look at Alshire. Oh, my God. He's got to be saying, why did I drive down here this morning? I could have been home with the wife and kid. I get it. It's embarrassing for him. He's such a good bowler. But we know now that he's probably going to be no factor. I mean, he's got nothing. Every ball he's got is wrong. Can't get lined up. Yeah, I'd get rid of that one too. That should go right in the trunk. It's a hopeless feeling too, when you got nothing. Oh my God. It's just enough to make you want to crawl away. And I only see right now 200 games. Oh, wow. So almost made that. $47 and $48 is out of commission. So we're going to bowl on 33 and 4, and the step ladder is going to be on 43 and 4, or 45 and 6, one of the two, because we got a half a ball league coming in. And look at Huff. Is he that good, folks? I think so. Look at that game. Dave Billick is on. Welcome aboard, Dave. Hope everything's good with you, sir. You are watching a sports shot today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Viper shot, and it is designed as one of the tougher patterns in this house, if not the toughest I've seen in a long time. This literally has knocked out about 95% of the field from averaging 200. So we might have one bowler today, if that. That might be Huff. Again, it's going to be interesting because even if he leads it, he could lose in the step ladder. But he's just elevated himself to another level that most of the people in this bowling center do not know of. And he has just come in and bowled 2 games that no one can conceive they can do anymore in this field. I don't think anybody thinks they can average 235 for 2 games here. That's how tough they are. But he's just done it. He marks the 10th. He's at 470. After 2. If he strikes out, He's at 490. Wow. How's those shots? My God, does he look good? That is just absolutely phenomenal. He's just got to take your hat off to him. He's got one board and he's hitting them every time. Oh, and Paul Shire did catch a four-bagger. He might have found a little something from way in. I mean, he's fishing. Yeah, got that one a little right. I mean, he's got one board, but he's hitting it. All right, great performance for John at 230 and 240 out of the chute. Doug Kirk is on. And that's the great John Huff. So if you'll notice, 242 and 235, 477. Boy, does that look good on that score sheet. 4 bowlers had 200 in game 1. I don't believe 4 bowlers have hit it in game 2. So the boys and girls out there need to reevaluate a little bit and try to figure out what to do with 4 games to go. So we had a 216, a 202, a 223, a 242, a 203. I think we had 5 deuces in game 2, the way it looks. Looks like we'll be out of here today right around 5 after the step ladder. Again, that should be real interesting because the bowlers in 4th and 5th could easily be beat by the first bowler and second bowler by over 100 pins, which we've never seen here in a step ladder. I'm real curious to see if like 1150 makes it. Wow. You just elevated yourself, pal. You just got up. You just went up the ladder a little bit.
Up the ladder or what?
With your ability. I don't think people realize what they just saw. I do. I mean, you got one to hit and you did it, and everything has to be right. That is some great bowling for 2 games. Like,
I don't get to play out much anymore.
yeah, but it's what you did to get there. I mean, it's just not there. You have that. And the speed has to be right, and the release has to be right, and the ball has to be right, and the loft has to be right, and the tilt has to be right. And if anything's wrong, you don't get that. Nope. You're still that good? I gotta look at you a little differently now.
Blind squirrel.
In 2 games, you just won me over.
Blind squirrel.
John Huff, unbelievable. I mean it too. That's quite a performance that he just did. Let's see what his scores get in. You talk about leading a field. Oh my God. Sybil's on. Welcome aboard, Sybil. And Luke's getting our scores in now, and we'll be going to game 3. Alshire did start with a strike here in game 3, and he's the one guy that, even though he's bowling bad, 1-2-60 and he's right back, and he's trying to figure something out. And there's no doubt that he has a skill level if he can get a look. He needs to find a look and then take advantage of it. Nothing yet. We'll come back. And Huff now getting his first open, chopping the 3-6-10. You know, when we talk about records, I'll tell you folks a record that was quite unique. And I'll never forget the headlines. It's about 48 years ago that it happened. And John Denton was a touring pro out of Midland, Texas. Passed away a few years ago. Did win a PBA title in Toledo in 1977. And he was at that time there in 77. Here's an interesting stat. Was the first bowler in PBA history to throw 200 or better in 56 straight games. The first bowler ever to do it. Now, Anthony was out. Burton was out. Weber, Carter, Lillard, Salvino, Dave Davis, Jimmy Stefanich, Billy Hardwick, right? Wayne Zahn, Dick Ritker, Bob Strampy, all of them dual Hall of Famers, legends. None of them ever won 56 straight deuces. John was the first one to do it. And I'll never forget as long as I use it. He used a Rotogrip C5. The greatest yellow dot ever was a 5 series yellow dot, and Rotogrip had Columbia making their balls back then. So it was a blue roto with the 5 series materials in it, and just the color was different. And I drilled that ball for him. But when he almost had 1,000 games on it when he set that record. The track looked like it was worn in with a file. And it was the one ball era, you know, where Roth could use the same ball for 3 weeks and beat everybody into the ground. And Holman could, and Anthony could. you know, they would have 2 or 3 or 4 in the locker room, don't get me wrong, and they would always drill. But if they had one ball, they'd start and end with it. And, you know, hand position, speed control, thing like that. And all, you know, pancake weight block balls. There was no 2-piece balls. 99% of them did not have a weight hole. It was a different era. And I knew their specs by heart, and they didn't even have layouts. So they would come to me and say, Larry, drill me what you think will work. Well, that was easy. Everybody got a half side and a quarter finger, unless I deemed maybe I'd give them half thumb and 0 side, or half thumb and half negative if it was a flood to get the balls rolling sooner. Keep in mind, a lot of guys had LT48s. They had just come in. Those were negative weight balls. For Petraglia, negative and thumb, he could throw it as hard as he wanted. It always finished. Static weights were the key. You know, every weight block was a pancake. But when you see the scores this week, you know, out in Indiana, and you realize that 50 guys averaged over 220 for 40 games. So it was a big scoring event, you know, obviously. The kids today are gifted. Their rev rates are from another planet. They're physical specimens. The majority of them don't live like we did. You know, they're not smokers. They don't bar hop every night. There is a difference. All right, let's check the scores, see what we got. Hamilton 440, Lynn 420, Davis 410. 4 bowlers averaging over 200. And then it starts to drop off pretty good. Allshire 190, 160, but you can never count him out. He is gifted. Give him one game, that might be all he needs to get in there. But look at those scores. Some of those scores are very hard to swallow for a lot of our people. Look at Joe Veloso, 114, 194. Look at Brunetti, the lefty out of Naples. Pretty good bowler. 176, 178. I mean, he can bowl. Give him a little look. Yeah, this is a tough one. Brandon Rucker, not over a deuce. He's been bowling great in here. So there it is. Davis and Lynn, you know, a little bit over 400. And of course, Huffer right now in the lead. As you can see, it's a sport shot. Allshire, all of a sudden, after a potential 130 or 40 game, which he did strike out last game with 4 in a row, look, all of a sudden he's got strike spare double, so you never count him out. He's way in. Look at this. Oh, wow. God, I did not think I'd see that. That one fooled me there. Did not think I'd see him do that. Oh, got a break. That's a bonus, too. And look at Brandon Rucker. How about that? That's impressive. That young man is just a wonderful, wonderful person. Works for Audi. I don't blame Dave Forbes hiring him. You know, if you really look at the positive here, the people that bowl good on this are going to feel real good when they go home tonight, even if they don't win. You know, if they can average 205 on this, get to 30 over, be third or fourth, or even make a step ladder, that just goes to show you, if they had a chance to bowl on it a lot, how much better they'd be. They never see this. There's no way to bowl on it if you don't see it. So what I like is some people are starting to figure it out, like Brandon, who had 2 bad games, and all of a sudden he's got 6 in a row. I mean, there's something there. The 100-game tournaments were the World's Invitational starting in 1963 in Chicago. The bowlers bowled for a week. A 100-game event. And Carter dominated, and Jim St. John dominated the nation. No one could get close. I remember reading about them when I was a kid, and I did talk to Carter about it and St. John about it. I was always, admired them tremendously. St. John, although not a household name, was fantastic. He was formerly out of Chicago, moved out to the Northern California area, San Jose, in the 60s. St. John had a flawless game. He was a fierce competitor, both for the Falstaffs in the early 60s. Grew up in Chicago. And I had the honor and privilege to be inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame with him and John Davis in 2019, both posthumously, of course. And Mika, Chris Barnes, and Kelly Kulik, and Bob Johnson, all of us were there naturally. And we're still with us, thank God. But they dominated the 100 gamers. They made the best shots in the world, along with Dick Weber and Ray Bluth. And those are the guys that were up there in those 100 gamers. And look at Brandon Rucker, folks. What do you think he's got? Now, when you look across the house, the first thing you got to say to yourself, he's the only one that's got it. So that young man is definitely executing right now. And I love Jerry Burnetti's game right here. You know why? Look at the score sheet. Strike and every spare. He's at a 187 pace without an open. Now, if anything, that's going to keep him in the hunt, because obviously he can't strike. But all he's losing is count. He's not losing fill balls. So he's got to make this one. Don't give it away. This is critical, because he still has a chance for 200 with 1 strike so far. Atta boy. Excellent, excellent spare shooting. Look at that. Strike and 7 spares. There's a few bowlers this game here that got something going. Danny Lynn right here, double spare triple. He's going to be over 600, so he's grinding. Brandon Rucker now really doing something that none of us expected so far. Has to have a shot at 300 in game 3. Wow. What is that? Well, from what I remember, the World's Invitational was, and again, it's I'm a little vague, keep in mind, it's so long ago. It might have been 64 games of qualifying, 36 of match play, or it might have been, I know there was a finalist. They were either, I think they were 16 finalists. And it might have been you bowled each guy 4 times, which is 64 games, 36 games of match play. And I think it was Peterson points. I love Jerry Brunetti's game. Look at that game, folks. Strike at 8 spares. When was the last time you saw that? That's really good bowling. People have no idea how good that is on a shot like this. You know, I used to know that format. I know what it is. I have a book with it in it. In fact, it's in the trunk of my car about the World's Invitational of 63, 4, 5, and 6 right in there. It was held in Chicago, and they were there were lanes installed. It was not in a bowling center. They put lanes in strictly for that event. Oh, boy, James. Oh, it's practicing strike ball. Okay. I got a little nervous there. I thought he missed a spare by a foot. And look at Wukash now with a good game here to get back in the hunt. Swinging the 4th arrow. Oh, boy. And 5 through the Schnezelia. Still a good game. Oh boy. Oh, he got a break and didn't leave the washout. And look at this one. Brunetti can bowl a 186 or a 185 or 4 or 3 cleanie. If he gets a spare here in 7, he can have a 183 clean game without an open. How's that one? I mean, when was the last time we saw 183 without an open frame? Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought he threw that pretty good. Now Brandon Rucker. Wow, look at that ball come off that gutter. My God, what has he got? Tell you one thing, he's making a name for himself since he started to bowl again. You know, his dad runs a store here with Ricky. He's always was a good bowler, but he put the ball away for about 3-4 years and, you know, learned his job at Audi with David. And look now what he's doing. Hold it. Oh, no. Wow, what a shot. All right. Fantastic bowling for Brandon Rucker. Let's go down and watch the Huffer now and see what he's got here. The Huffer again with a chance for 200. Beautiful. The only bowler with 3 200s in a row, I think, right now. I think Dan Lynn might also have done it. Alshire getting a little better, shooting 190. Never count him out. His next game could be 300. He is a gifted talent. Never count him out in any tournament. Let's watch John Huff again. Very impressive. Threading the needle from out. Look at this. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Gotta be frustrating there to leave a ring in 10 like that. Threw the ball great. He's playing half boards, folks. That's okay. Great game for the Huffer. 205. It's not going to hurt him any.
Did you catch Brandon Stone right?
Yes. What a shot.
He was doing good.
All right, game 3 now over. John Huff will be leading. Brandon Rucker, although just picked up 84 pins on Huff. So let's take a look here and see where Rucker was. He was 377, 4. He's within 16 pins of Huff. So Brandon will be over 600. We know Huff will be 682. Danny Lynn will be over 600. Alshire at 560. Again, if you could stay within 50 pins of 5th place, 60 pins of 5th place after 3 games, you're certainly in the hunt to bowl one good game and get into that top 5. But quite interesting to watch this one right here, folks. This is the first time we've had a sports shot in a long time here at Lightning. And again, it's nothing to laugh at when a lot of our people are struggling. They don't bowl on it. They have no idea about it. All of a sudden on a Sunday, they see it for the first time, maybe in a year or two. Obviously, it's not easy. I admire them for trying, and I admire their composure. Everybody holding their own out there, nobody going crazy. Again, it's humiliating to shoot 520, when you're averaging 220 in league, and they're holding their composure like they're supposed to, trying to learn. And I bet if this was out all week and they could sneak in here a day or two and practice, many of these people would do a lot better. But when the first time you see it was at Q1, on a Sunday in March, obviously it can be very tough. So you got to give them credit for being here. And I do. I give them credit for coming in and testing their ability today here at the living room.
Yes, we have Darren.
Brandon Rucker right now putting on a show, the young man who has retired for 4 years and went to work for David Forbes at Audi. He's down there now, right there with that Stars and Stripes shirt on. And he looks good. I'll tell you, that last game there could have been shot at 300. So nice to see him having a great day. And his dad going on a cruise on an anniversary. I want to wish Chucky and Joanne a very nice anniversary. They went somewhere into the Caribbean. Chucky and Ricky Ward teaming up here to do a job beyond belief. You think the airport's busy? Going to RPM in the daytime. It's from another world in there. All right. Oh boy. Again, the college kids are bowling on sports shots all the time. The colleges today do not allow them to bowl on house shots. So Dan Lynn is grinding and finding his own here. In the beginning, when I heard that, I didn't like it. But now that I get a true understanding that every single kid is doing it, I love it. See, that's where this gentleman was talking before about the proprietors and the house shots and things like that. Mr. August, I think his name was, Kevin August. Well, the colleges are doing exactly what August was saying, basically, is they have decided that they do not want their teams to bowl on house shots. And they have a right to. But remember this, they don't own bowling centers. And they don't have electric bills. And they don't have employees. And they don't have taxes and maintenance. And they don't have high payroll. And they don't have to buy insurance and pay for electricity. So yes, they can demand patterns, no doubt about it. But proprietors are in a different boat. They don't let their customers enjoy their recreational dollar. They go broke. And he was right. It's the proprietors. And again, you can't blame them. And if I own a bowling center, I don't want my people averaging 180. They're all going to quit or they're going to go somewhere else. So that's the catch-22. And it has been that way for a half century.
Right. Well, at the same time, if it's a game, it's quick. And then if you don't finish, you pick them out. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. You might as well just do it by hour.
All right, let's see if the scores are in for game 3. I hope they are. Let's see. Not yet, still waiting. He might be skipping a game. Sometimes he does that. We are not using 47 and 8. We had a little problem. So we went down to 33 and 4. And obviously, when we do that, the pattern was the same. We put the Viper out, I believe, this morning from 29 and 30 up based on entries. You know, we always oil 3 more pair just to make sure if we get some walk-ins. So we know that pair is not easy, like a house shot. Keep in mind, next weekend, the Paradise Vintage Market Eliminator is now going down to 40 and up. Again, as we roll the dice on some of these events, that no formats are cast in stone. That could go back to 50 after next Sunday if the bowlers don't show. Obviously, we're trying it. You know, we don't know. But the numbers indicate that we've lost a lot of 50s to put in a lot of 40s. I'm sure we're going to go back to the 50 and up. I can't speak for Robert, but I know he won't hesitate. Again, we have to find out. And when you start to lose some entries, you got to roll the dice. I love what he did here this weekend. I do believe if the state tournament or city tournament was not bowling at Coral, we might have had another 20 people today. We had 27. 40 yesterday, 67. You know, we want higher numbers than that. And there it is. Huff, Lind, Rucker, Hammerton. Look, 4 bowlers above 600, and they're all averaging combined over 220. Look at that bowling for Hammerton. Look at the bowling for Huff, Lind. And obviously Rucker with that 289, boy, does that stand out. And Davis grinding, bowling well, and Alshire holding his own. Keep in mind at 595, he is at 563. He's 32 out with 3 to go. You never count him out. Milicenovich, who was lost the first 2, all of a sudden gets back in the hunt with 560. Jake Miller just, you know, below par but close. Lewandowski below par but close. When you look at the 595 and you look at the people 50 out, MacGyver, Lewandowski, Miller, Milicevic, Alshire, Tchaikovsky just out. Lukash with a little ray of hope after a 127 start. That was exciting. I'm sure you love that. Look at Brunetti, 3 games in the 170s and still has a chance to make the cut. That's crazy. Unbelievable.
They know it. So you can't be like,
Forbes struggling. You don't like to see that. Plus, he's putting up 500. He paid a lot of money to average 140 today. But, I mean, he knows what's going on. He's been around. You got to get on it and know. You got to try it. Aston Schwartz has a shot at it. Bowling very good today. If I were to bowl on this, it would scare me to death. I think my heart would. I need double doses of heart medicine. This can just humiliate you so quick. Look at Huff, who's bowled great. Look at this game. Oh my God. Look at the game he's bowling now. Now check this out. Here's a guy just averaged close to 230, and he's 45 in the fourth on a gutter ball. So he's losing 50 of his pins right now. If he opens here, he's lost 50 pins to his 200 average.
now, no offense to the thing, I like it. Sunday's being actually hard. I'm not being as I'm still ready to go. I don't have my try. So I do not know how to lose.
That's not fair. And a ring in 10. God. So he's 55 in the fifth, and he has got to find a way to dig deep now. Yeah, if he pops 130 this game, what looked like a locked top five all of a sudden isn't. Unbelievable. Just never know anymore. Jason Davis, 63 in the fifth, who was bowling, real good. And all of a sudden, he's in trouble. And that fourth and fifth place numbers are going to drop. And with Huff possibly shooting 130 to 150, all of a sudden, Dan Lynn right now looking real good to lead it, the left-hander who goes to Weber University and trains at the Kegel Training Center. And right now, Danny's got to be saying, look at this, Huff with another gutter ball, and I'm in shock from this. I don't know what's going on physically there, but I hope he's okay. I cannot believe he's just done that. Fifth and sixth frames, the ball was in the gutter at 40 feet. And he's got to be wondering what's going on here. And Dan Lynn is going to take over the lead now on 49. The young lefty, automatic lead now on cruise control. Two-handed, product of our junior program here. Very well liked. That wasn't too good. That's all right. That's all right. We'll take 9. Pick it up. Ted Rigling's on. Andrew Bergens. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Hope everything's okay over there in Wauchula. Andrew? Now, Huff did come back with a spare, and he's got to be careful here. He throws another ball or two in the drink, he's going to shoot 120. And he's got to watch it. I mean, he's obviously lost his timing. Obviously, he's having a problem at the release point, getting it off his hand clean. So he's got to be very, very careful here. Oh man, those are great shots. He's just not getting lucky. I mean, if you look at it, it looks like he went 0 spare, 0 9, 0 spare. He's obviously trying to get it out to about the 2 board. He's going like 4 to 2, as you can see. But if he gets a little quick with his feet or misses it at the bottom, the ball goes right in the drink. He's had 3 gutter balls in a row on the first ball. Look, 0 spare, 0 9, 0 spare. Wow, that's hard to believe. Well, he's just got to stay cool, not get mad, try to catch a triple and get out of there with a $170. Look at Jake Miller after 3 games in the 170s. Look at this. Oh, no. That's not fair. So he goes rip 710. And let's see what Miller's got. Miller is at 556, definitely in the hunt. And Gina's on, my baby Gina. Mike Nigro putting a little run on him now and has a chance for 230. Let's see where Nigro is. Nigro, 20160, 160. He gets back in the hunt to get into the 770s, and I wouldn't count him out for 2 reasons. Number 1, he likes to play out, and number 2, he's accurate. And if he can make some shots, he can catch them. He's extremely accurate. Does not throw a big hook. Right up the boards. You can see it right there, right at the pocket. Got to be careful. So he's going to bowl 220, which in this condition is like 260. Okay. 2 games to go after this, and we will cut to the top 5. Let's go to 33 and 4 and check out Brandon Rucker. And he's shooting 180, it looks like. And who's got strikes? Is that Wukash? And look at Wukash, folks. Now, this is a gentleman that started the year bowling left-handed, had a pulled bicep in his right forearm, took off for 6 months, won one of our Monday night or Wednesday night step ladders, bowling left-handed, and now he's bowling right-handed again. And he has a chance to put a monster move on served 2 tour of duties in our armed forces, went out and then re-enlisted. How's that one? Wow. Boy, was that a good shot. No, that was not Wukash. Sorry about that. I thought that was Wukash, so he is struggling. Who has got strike spare in 7? Is that or 6? Is that MacGyver? That is MacGyver. See, now again, one of these college kids that bowled on sport shots in college. So it took him a little while, but all of a sudden, he's got something cooking. And again, they see this stuff. You know, they bowl on it. Oh, that's sweet. Look at this game. Well, ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Boy, is that a monster on this pattern. And we've had our wonderful Brunswick rep here since Wednesday night. Tyler Armour has hung around a little bit to be with us. And again, I want to put a shout out to Tyler and Brunswick for what they've done for bowling in the history of our sport. And obviously what they've done for bowling here in Fort Myers. What an unbelievable company. Consummate professionals. Dedication. And they always used to say in the old Brunswick commercials, Brunswick, the #1 name in bowling. And when I was a kid, it was either Brunswick houses or AMF houses, and that was it. And Brunswick, I don't know if a lot of you people know this, was owned by Bear Bank, which was the 8th largest bank in the world before they sold and became a different company. But the original Brunswick was owned by banks in Germany, German-based, and they financed bowling in the United States. They not only built the center and designed it, but then they gave you the financing. They did it all. And I know many people from my day and age that opened up Brunswick centers, stayed in them for 30, 40 years, sold. I know one gentleman that bought 3 of them for $300 a center in 1965 because the game had floundered. There was a crash in bowling in the country, and there was a glut of centers. And he was offered 3 centers for $900, and they held the paper. And he owned the 3 of them until 1985. He paid them off, and he retired. Bought 3 centers for $900. He had 100 lane beds for $900. Today, you can't get 3 balls for $900. Never mind 3 bowling centers. It's crazy. I could do that right now. Buy a 32 laner for 300. Can I get some backers out there? Joe Panko, would you lend me 300, please? Larry's Lanes, Litchy's Place. What do you think? I'll get Joe Panko to finance it. He'll give me 300. Gina will give me 300 plus pizzas. I knew you would, Gina. I knew I could get into your pocket. It was just a matter of time. You know I've been sizing you up for the kill, Gina. The $300 or less sign for a bowling alley mortgage. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. I've been known to be a dreamer. Yes, I am. All right, Huff did put that game out for 160, and he's got to be careful now. I mean, he looks like he's got a top 5, but 2 more 160s he might not. So he can't give it away. David Stover's on. Glad you had a nice trip up there, bro. And everybody's glad you're not here today, David. Just for the record, I like you. I'm not mad at you. But all these people are glad you're in Detroit. Nobody likes to bowl for second place, David. Remember that. Well, we're on the Viper, and they are brutal. And yep, there's some guys that have bowled very good games. Brandon Rucker just had the first 10 with a stone 9. Huff had 3 games in a row and just shot 160. It looks like Dan Lynn is our leader. And I believe that I could be wrong, that only 4 bowlers are over 800 for 4. And nobody's over 9. And we're all pulling for you and Lee. We hope you guys can make us proud. Keep in mind, David, when I bowled my first Masters in 1968, Lyndon Johnson was president. I bowled in Cincinnati, made the finals, went 1-2 at the age of 18. And in 70, I made the finals, finished 8th. And I lost to Burton and Strampy. They put me in the loser's bracket, and that was the end of that. That was my highest finish. Only bowled 6 Masters, had an 8th when I was 20. When I was 30, 40, 50, 60, and 70, there was no 8ths. Take my word for it. I think you're going to do very well, David. We're all excited. I think Lee's going to do well. I think you guys could go out there and knock them dead. The first Masters was won by Lee Juglard of Los Angeles. He was a 3-stepper. He was great in the early 50s. The second Masters was won by Willard Taylor of Parker, or not Parkersburg. I'll think of it in a minute. West Virginia, from West Virginia. The third was won by Rudy Hebetler from Chicago. The fourth one was won by Red Elkins out of Los Angeles. And then the big names started to come in. Fazio won it in 55. I think Billy Waylu in 56. Man, it's good to get out of here. I'm glad you guys didn't hit the weather, though. My God. Just think if you hit that crap that's been going through there. You talk about dodging a bullet. Imagine if you were going up there and one of them 4-footers was right in your path. You'd still be on the road. I mean, they've had some horrible blizzards, in the Midwest, all along Interstate 70 and 80 up there. So luckily you dodged it. So you're staying at Joey's Bar and Grill. I got it. David and Lee staying at Joey's Bar and Grill in Detroit. I heard Joey's is a pretty jumping place, I heard. Good White Russians, some good music, a little bottle of Merlot here and there, yeah. Yeah, you got to go to that one, David. You got no choice. I mean, you can only go to so many, and obviously you're bowling so good right now. You gotta put your shoes on and go. It's worth it. They get 400 guys. What, they fill that thing in a half hour? Some crazy number like that? My God. All right, let's check the scores to see if we got them. Nope, still waiting. All right. Keep in mind, we're now going into Game 5. Luke's got to get a few more scores. Game 5, so we should be done with this thing right around a quarter after 4, somewhere between 5 and 5:30. We'll crown another champion today. I'll have a prize fund for all of you. When you see how tricky they are from pair to pair, and watch somebody like Brandon who had 289 in Game 3, and then he goes spare, missed a head pin in Game 5. And he's a good bowler. I mean, the young boy can make some shots. These lanes right now are very humbling. And this is what a lot of people want. They really do. The question is, why not more of it? This is our first scratch tournament that I can recall in this bowling center run by the house and not Jerry Michelanek in a long, long time, maybe a couple of years. Maybe we're onto something. Maybe we can get one of these once a month. We get 60, 70 entries in here. It's worth it. Today we only had 27, but we're up against the city tournament. I think the $80 entry fee is a fair number. We got 500 added from Audie. We could get more. Ed Duda said that he would come up with some money for these things. We get 1,000, 1,500 added once a month. We got ourselves a heck of an event here. All right, Luke's getting the scores in. We'll have them for you shortly. Trying to watch Allshire here, a close up. See what he does. He is so.
I'm waiting for Dave to get it. But I can oil it. 10 minutes later, we're going to scratch.
All right, 35 to 38 just said bye-bye. So we will not have our roll-off on any of those pairs. It looks like the roll-off's going to be on 43 and 4 or 45 and 6. Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch those pairs the last game. So we'll keep you all informed about that.
Gonna get dehydrated, sweat a lot. Then that water is what the sweat's going to on the blades. I'm not a good
Yeah, we lost him. Darn it.
I can see it. I see you want to go.
No, you're not allowed. You gotta stay.
I don't play with the I don't want to get like almost. Yeah, I called it. It's outside. That's my mindset.
There it is. Danny Lynn with a solid 893. Hamilton 847. Huff 846. Rucker 843. And James MacGyver coming alive with 267. Milicinovich, who bowled terrible out of the chute, the left-hander out of Detroit. 465 the last two to be out by 17. Tchaikovsky holding his own. Jake Miller has a shot. Nigo has a shot. Jason Davis had bowled pretty well, and all of a sudden 150. Lewandowski 75 out. Allshire, he needs a couple of big ones now, or at least one big one. He's falling behind. Brunetti 100 out. And all of a sudden now the die is being cast. If you really take a good look at it, I would say 720 might be it at 94 out. And boy, they got a bowl great the last two. Allshire starting to dig a hole here after that last game. No 200s for him, which is kind of hard to believe. Jason Davis looked like he was coming after game two. 154 in game four. Nigo coming alive. He has a shot. But there it is. MacGyver, Rucker, Huff, Hamilton, and Dan Lynn looking like he's going to run away with the lead here. The young two-hander. I'll tell you when you know we're all going to be in trouble, and I think 100% of the viewers will agree with me, is when you're calling the action and the announcer says, and the young three-hander could win this tournament. See, we went from one-handed to two-handed. Now I'm waiting for the secret, the bionic third hand, which I figure is coming. It's just a question of when. One of the ball companies will come up with a bionic hand that you could strap to your belt, and you'll be a three-hander. And no, I'm not drinking, and no, I don't smoke anything funny.
As you're walking. And all the workers will literally just put in the freezer and we started like getting frozen, then we'd step out, and we go back in, step back out. That shit was awful.
Danny Lynn is going to run away with this thing. He's going to bowl one game for the money today.
Yeah, it makes you feel
And again, is there an advantage for a two-hander that bowls on sport shots all week at the Kegel Training Center? Yes, there is. Okay? And it's not his fault. It's there. He took advantage of it, and God bless him. But as you can see, he knows what to do. Imagine the education Brandon Bone is getting there before he goes out on tour. and he's a monster. And he's scary. That's the one right now. He scares me, not because he's violent, because his upbringing is such that he's coming from pure blood, you know. When you're the son of Parker Bone and you're training at Kegel for 4 years, okay, we'll see what happens. All right, so the young man putting on a show now. He's going to be well over 1,100 and running away, I would say, from the field at this time. Let's see, he's shooting 226. He's got almost a 50-pin lead on Hamilton. Yeah, he's going to lead this thing for sure. So he'll be the number 1 seed, no doubt about it. I don't see anybody going around him after this game. He's going to have a 60, 70-pin lead. Now, Milicinovich put a little run on him here. All of a sudden, this game's struggling, but he bowled terrible the first 2, and all of a sudden got a look. And I'd be watching out for him. That guy is a good bowler, and he's got a chance to sneak in, no doubt about it. Whoa, a little bad break there for the kid, but still in great shape and can go out for the 230. Don't want to open 3 times, so all of a sudden, I don't see how he's going to miss the top 5, not with the lead he's got. But, you know, you want to go in there on a high note, and you don't want to blow the lead. You know, you'd rather have 1 game for all the money than 4. So what he wants to do now is just pick up the wood and try and stay clean. Try to get to that 1,100 plateau. Justin, Jason, and Brandon are all at the Masters, huh? Isn't that something? Well, I've known Parker, you know, about 37 years, and to see what those 2 boys became, I mean, they're like him, you know, younger and gifted, but same personality. Absolutely gentlemen. And very nice mother. Leslie's very nice, and known her many years. See, Lynn is using that U78 Purple Hammer, and he's got a good look pair to pair because that ball is stable. It's not a big wobbler. It's got a lot of surface on it, and he can keep it on line pair to pair with minimal adjustments. Where the high-powered stuff is just flaring all over the place, and it's just too much on transition. The lanes are changing every ball, and you got a track flaring 4 inches. Good luck. There's just no way it's going to be controllable. So these things got a light bulb in them, obviously a lower diff, a super dull grabby cover, but it's 78 hardness. So it will get through the front. The footprint on it's not what it used to be because it's much harder now. But it's a good ball. He's got a great reaction with it. Look at that. I mean, even there, he only tugged at a board, and it did what it's supposed to. In other words, it didn't miss the headpin to the right because of all the flare. And he's got a plastic ball with no finger grips in it for his spares, too, and a thumb. This ball has a thumb hole in it. Look at this. That ball has a thumb in it. Smart. Beautiful spare shooting. And 221. The kid's great, and we love him. He's got the perfect demeanor. What product of our junior programs here in Southwest Florida. Ronnie Martin's on. Ronnie Martin II. Welcome aboard, Ronnie. We're missing 35 to 38, folks. My camera just went out, and there's not much I can do about it. I didn't pay my cable bill. I tried to stiff them. It didn't work. So they shut off 35 to 38 on me. Sorry about that. Well, at least Charlie's irrigation will look better than that black spot, so I'll give you that. I'm sure Ed Duda will like it. You know, when Johnny Petraglia was in charge of the Brunswick staff, Johnny chose to be on the Brunswick staff. Parker Bone and Ricky Ward. And well, you think of that for a minute, you know, a left-hander in 11 Hall of Fames, and he picks up Bone and Ward. And he says to me at that time, Litch, I got these two kids. They're going to be superstars. I want you to watch them. And I saw, you know, Parker in week 1 or 2, and same with Ricky. I didn't know them. Two young kids. You know, they're nervous. They're bowling, you know. I've already been out there 20 years when Parker came out. And when I watched him throw the ball, I went, oh, my God, Johnny, are you kidding? And we had this big grin. And then we watched Ricky a couple years later, and I said, you see the game on that kid? He says, yeah, I know. He says, we're going to pick him up. I says, I don't know how you can't. You got to get him now before somebody grabs him. And instant success. And, you know, of course, Johnny at 79, Parker is the heir apparent once Johnny fully retires, and he probably will soon. I mean, the road's going to get old. I'm sure it is already. He's been on the road, you know, traveled the United States for 60 years. Parker's the guy. You know, Parker's going to be obviously, with his record and his credentials, Brunswick's main, you know, staff member. 37 titles, you know, just every credential possible. And then his kid behind him, going to be interesting. Colin Tashner's on. Josh Henkel on. Welcome aboard. TJ, Nick. Welcome aboard, everybody. We're missing 35 to 38. I'm sorry. We're going into game 6. We'll have the game 5 scores for all of you shortly. Daniel Lind will lead this event. He just shot 221. So he's going to be the only bowler over 1,100. And he will be our tournament leader. No one else is close. Unless he bowls 120 and something stupid happens. I doubt that. So I'm going to say he'll be the leader. After that, there's about 10 bowlers in the running for 4 spots. So we'll keep our eye on that for all of you. TJ, wishing you well for your operation, my dear. We hope you, I think you're going in next week, aren't you? You're about a week away. TJ going in for a knee replacement. I haven't told anybody this because I don't like to give away my private business, but next week I'm going in for a hair replacement, TJ. Yes, they're going to take out what's left and they're going to put back in the same place where it was left something that was left. And being that I'm left-handed, I'm going to part my hair on the left. And if that makes sense to any of you, you understand why I'm now getting ready to go into a senior home because I don't know what I'm talking about. I like to make jokes because it's fun. Stella's on. All right, Stella, I got one for you. Here we go. There was a bowler from Newark, New Jersey, that finished second in 2 PBA events in the early 70s. Who was he? And he also won the Newsday. And I also bowled him action from 66 to 68. I bowled many money matches against him. And Stella says, Bob Perry. The answer is no. It was not Bob Perry. I knew you might have a hard time with this one. He was really good. He was a great money player. In his life, he became a big-time gambler in Las Vegas, playing pot limit poker with Stu Unger, Johnny Chan, Phil Hellmuth. No, not Jimmy Mack. He was a name that sort of got hidden, but for those of us that knew him and bowled with him, he was fantastic. He was arrogant. He was conceited. He was snotty. He would demean you, and you'd want to wring his neck. His name was Jimmy McHugh, out of Newark. He bowled against Craig Muller and DiTolla and Petraglia and Engen and Lemongello and all the greats from the Northeast. Jimmy McHugh. I haven't seen him now in 40 years. I don't know if he's still alive, but he left the country. He got in trouble, and he left the United States. Never saw him again. All right, let's see if the scores are in. Here we go. We're looking for game 5. Nope, not yet. Okay, gotta wait one more. All right, scores are coming in. We'll have them for you shortly. We are now in game 6, and I'm going to give you the rundown here. John Huff holding on after a bad game 4. 154 after a heck of a start. Looks like he's moved in just a little bit. And now started with a triple, so he's going to be tough. He will be in our stepladder, and never count him out on one pair of lanes. If he gets locked in, he could run the ladder in a heartbeat. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. And there it is. Dan Lynn Hammerton bowling very well with 4 deuces. Johnny Huff holding his own. Rucker a pin behind. MacGyver. So look at Huff, Rucker, and MacGyver all got 50. Look at that, almost 83 pins on Nigro, 95 on Milicinovich, and it looks like that's going to be the top 5. And interestingly, you've got 2 men that bowled sport shots in colleges, Lynn and MacGyver. Hammerton, a local, Huff, obviously the veteran, Brandon Rucker, the son of the legend Chuck Rucker, and the Rucker family, avid bowlers for a half-century here in Fort Myers. But look at the rest. No one with a chance, really. Nigro would have to bowl 270, 280. I think it's too late for him. Milicinovich had it going, and all of a sudden 150. Sikorsky, nothing. Brunetti finally got a deuce, but it's too late. Alshire, nope. Unbelievable. When was the last time you saw him bowl 5 games in a row without a 200 game? That tells you how tough they are. Look at Jake Miller, 213, 147 right behind it. Jason Davis, nothing. As good as he throws the ball, and barely average over 180. So as you can see, the lane's brutal today. Absolutely brutal. And again, Hard to believe when you look how bad the scores are. Look at these scores under 900. Half the field under 900. Half the field did not average 180. So, very tough shot. No doubt about it. They have nothing to be ashamed of. They put their shoes on, and that's all you can do. Put your shoes on, come out and try it out. Again, I'm not so sure how long this would last. If this was year-round in here, imagine putting this out every day. I'm not so sure we would be filling our leagues. That I'll tell you. They're brutal right now. Absolutely brutal. You know, Dan is really, when you look at the scores carefully here, with the only bowler being over 1,100 and a low game of 188, really bowl fantastic here. Hamilton, you know, definitely bowl well. You don't shoot 1070, and same with Huff with that. Take out that 160, he's right at, you know, 900 for 4 out of 5. Brandon, one big game. Interesting there. You take away the 289 and make it 240. He's not even averaging 200 or 230. He's not even averaging 200. So one game got him there. But look at MacGyver, 267, 234 to go 500 to be 48 over. Big comeback for him. And there it is. Very unique, to say the least. Right now, our top 5, as far as I'm concerned, when you really take a close look at it, they are all in. It's just a question who's going to be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th. I'm pretty sure no one's going to catch Dan. And after that, they could go Hamilton to 5th and Huff to 2nd, or MacGyver to 2nd and Hamilton to 5th. And you can see the next bowler's 83 out. Not that Nigro can't shoot 270, but he's nowhere near that. I want to double check his score right now. No. So that's going to be it. Jake Miller not making it today, who's definitely a strike machine, struggling here. John Huff, after that horrendous 4th game, holding on, bowling very well the last 2. The veteran in his 60s. will be making the stepladder today an Eagle winner in 1994. Team all events, that's the 45 game total. 5 bowlers, 9 games apiece on the same team. They won an Eagle. The highest 45 games of any team in the USBC event of 1994. A great accomplishment. Team all events. It's not considered a major Eagle like singles, doubles, team, or all events, but team all events does get you an Eagle. Okay. And some bowlers, you know, when they get lost on this stuff, you know, they want to quit. They want to leave. And it's very understandable. Just for these people to finish today and deal with it, believe me, sometimes humiliation is not where you want to be. And you start bowling 120s and you got 3 games to go, makes you want to run out the door. I mean, it's just not fun. So I got to admire the ones that bowl bad just for hanging in there and saying, I'll finish my bowling before I run out of here. But it's not easy. Mark's got to be very disappointed. Really got close. You know, after games 3 and 4, he was right there. And take a look at that. Right there, 231, 234 after a 150, and then throws another 150. That just goes to show you how brutal the pairs are. Look at that. 170, 150, 230, 230, 150. Unbelievable. That guy's a good bowler, and there's no quitting him. But he got fooled. You know, obviously you go 230, 150 on each side of you. I mean, obviously the pairs are so radically different. He didn't know what to do. Now, we do have an adult child league bowling on 40 lanes that's going to start coming in. So we're going to have our finals on 45 and 6, I believe. Didn't say 1 game step ladder. There'll be 5 bowlers, and they are all the ones that are in the top 5 now. Daniel Lynn will lead the event. The next question is, who will be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th? It's 1 game matches. We want to thank you all for being with us today. So let's say Huff shoots 230, and he goes to 1280. Actually, if Danny Lynn bowled 170 in this last game, Huff could go around him. I haven't seen Lynn's scores, but I'm looking now at 35 and 6, where he's at, and I see a terrible game down there, and I wish I could tell you more, but I see a terrible game next to this pair, and it's him. And it looks like there's 3 or 4 opens in it, maybe 5. Now, that one is a shocker in itself, but it looks like there's 5 opens in the game. And this kid's good. You're gonna see he's coming up here right now, right to the right of your screen. There he is.
Thanks again for what you do, brother.
All right, thank you, David. And I think he did double the 10th, but that's going to be his low game of the day. There's a bunch of opens over there. See him make a shot again from the side here. There it is. Boy, you're tough. So he's got a bad last game. I don't know enough yet. We'll go to our scoring momentarily. I do believe the top 5 will stay in the top 5. There'll be a little juggling. Second, third, fourth, and fifth, I believe. I don't think Huff's got enough to catch him, but he could. If he strikes out, he might go around Lynn. So we'll know momentarily. We'll have our scores in. As you can see, kind of quiet in here right now. We do have a lead coming in shortly. Adult Child. Quiet Sundays here at the living room. How you guys doing? You doing all right? I'm going to try to get out of the doorway here. I don't like that doorway. Just a little better. At least our viewers will see a better view than the doorway. Maybe they'll be showing me the door after this great announcing. All right. Bowlers finishing, scores will be coming in, and we'll have the top 5 for you. Again, there will be practice before each game, step ladder. Number 5 will bowl number 4. We'll know who they are momentarily. And for those of you that see my buddy Danny Battles up there on our live chat, one of the greatest stories in my life that I know of in the world of bowling is what happened to him after he won the PBA Non-Champions Senior Regional here in 2023, I believe. Danny works for the Tampa Bay Bucks, one of the head groundskeeper of their training facility. And after he won the PBA Regional here, they presented him a trophy for his win, a nice trophy. And the owners of the Bucks let Danny put his trophy in between the 2 Lombardi trophies at Raymond James Stadium in his showcase. So there's the Lombardi trophy for the Dan Gruden team, and the one Brady's last win, right? And in the middle of that is a PBA bowler. It's got his trophy next to 2 Lombardis. And for those of you that just heard me, you can't make that up. And I've seen the picture. It's phenomenal. So he holds the distinction of probably being the only pro bowler in history that had a trophy next to Lombardi trophies. I got a kick out of that. I'll never forget it. What a great picture. Hannah Lee's on. And the boulders are finishing up here at 4 o'clock. We should be out of here sometime around 5. We'll see you all Tuesday and Wednesday this coming week at 10 minutes of 7. Oh, quarter 7, excuse me. Okay, the prize fund today, $750 for first, $550 for second, $350 for third, $262 for fourth. And we didn't actually have enough entries to pay for 1 and 6, which would have been 30. So we put 100 in for fifth place. And to keep in mind, David Forbes is adding 500. So that was the money with the added money. And John Huff is doing very well in brackets, and Danny Lynn, Alshar, we don't know much more yet about the payouts. We'll know that shortly with 1 game to go. Let's take a look at other. Huff looks right here, went into 160. It looks like.
That's Sailor.
Huff again for 50 peppers. Okay. Hey, nice bowling there, Hoss. That big game. Oh, yeah, you made it. You better have made it.
Oh, look at this.
What'd you shoot the last
I'm gonna buy
man?
some new skin.
Ooh, man, that's nasty.
202. 'Cause I know
Oh, yeah,
it's
you're
thick
in.
then.
You're in. Step ladder will start shortly. Standings coming in now. It will be MacGyver, Rucker, Huff, Hamilton, Lynn. Again, we don't know the exact order. But a very, very good group right here. You got 3 youngsters, Rucker, MacGyver, Lynn. You got the veteran John Huff, who has been great for well over 30 years, and Bobby Hamilton, one of the steadiest locals in this region. And that's it. Again, we got the last pair finishing up, and then we will show you the exact standings. Keep in mind, they could juggle a little here. We don't know that for sure, but it's going to juggle a little. We don't know the exact finish yet. We know that Dan Lynn led it. After that, you could be second, third, fourth, or
Watch out
fifth.
to
James is gonna jump me.
James is going to go around you?
I don't think he jumped top though, so I think it's me and James.
Yeah. Oh, the top 5 will stay the same as it was going into this game.
Yeah.
Because the next bowler out was, look at this. Want to see something wild? Check this out. 83 out of the top
Oh
5.
my gosh.
The top 5 was locked.
Yeah.
The only difference is where.
Yeah.
Unless Danny were to bowl 160, then all of a sudden everybody got a shot to go around him.
Yeah, that's true. They shot 190, so
Yeah, he's in.
nobody's going around him. I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. Unbelievable.
I caught that bad pair.
Two 230s surrounded by 2 150s. That's scary.
I went 150, 180.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I went 150, 180 the last two.
Unbelievable. That's how tough they are.
Yeah.
You're coming off at 470, going into games 5 and 6. All of a sudden it's gone.
It's gone, like gone.
Gone, gone.
And my mistake. Look,
Nice bowling there, veteran.
if I could do it again,
I got a little nervous when I saw them gutter balls. I thought you were pulling a Litchi. I usually throw them like that when I need.
leading by 15 pins. I have 8 gutter balls.
How many gutter balls? 8. And you missed leading by 15 pins. 8 gutter balls. Why? Fast feet? Yeah, I thought so.
First step.
Yeah. Yeah. Last 2 are, 3rd and 4th are quick. Yeah. But still great control and great accuracy. And nice tricks with the hand too. Still got it, bro. You had 8 gutter balls on the first ball?
Really? And I think I spared 7 of them.
Wait a minute now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want you to think I'm making this up. Stay right here. I want an on-the-spot report like we do in the news. 8 gutter balls on the first ball.
8 gutter balls.
Fast feet. What are you looking at? 1, 2?
3, 4, 5.
Got that quick that you lost it at the bottom and it
So-
just slid off?
Yeah. Yeah. So, first game, I had a triple,
Yeah,
gutter,
yeah,
spare,
yeah,
sheet
yeah,
for 230 something.
yeah,
Then, I had 240 something the second game,
yeah,
but I also had a gutter. And then,
yeah.
Fourth game, I shot 160 with 4 gutters.
I saw that. You got fast. I saw it.
All out of whack.
Oh, yeah, I saw
Just
it.
by switching pair.
Yeah. I just lost that feel. Well, yeah, you don't see it enough. You walk in the door and you don't bowl on it all year, and all of a sudden you got to start puring every shot. There's really no leeway. But you're both fantastic considering how many gutter balls you have.
No, it felt great.
I mean,
So
they don't fall by themselves.
The 3 kids in a stepladder
Yeah,
added their ages together.
Yeah.
They equal my age.
the 3 kids in the stepladder equal your age.
Daniel, James, and
Yeah.
Brandon.
I missed that one. That's quite a stat. Nice going. Good luck. Bowl well.
MacGyver needed 8. Phil ball time he got 7, so
Yeah.
I got second. I did.
So you're second.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, give you a game to get warmed up for the title. The great John Huff. 8 gutter balls, misled by 15 pins. Isn't that crazy? All right, let's check these scores out now. Look at that. He misleading by, oh my God, 13 pins. Look at that. 8 gutter balls. MacGyver, Rucker, Hamilton, Milicenovich. Just look at the difference between 5th and 6th. So you had 5 bowlers that all averaged over 200, and no one else even close. Milicenovich averaging in the 180s. Oh my God, look at that difference. Hard to believe, huh? Just nothing after that. Let's check out brackets, payouts, Hamilton, Lynn, and Potts.
All right, tournament bowlers. Our top 5 has been decided for our step ladder finals. We're going to start off with our 5th place finisher, Bobby Hamilton, versus our 4th place finisher, Brandon Rucker. Match is going to take place on 43 and 44. For the rest of our top 3, third, we have James MacGyver. In second, John Hugh. And our first place seed is Daniel Lynn. You guys will have 49.50 to warm up while the rest of the matches are going on.
Okay. 45 and 6 is where it is.
43-44. You guys are going to get 2 balls each per lane for practice. Once you guys are both there, you can go ahead and get started.
And there it is. Stepladder starting now. I'm going to put a few logos up before we start. Again, there it is, the greatest interchangeable thumb system ever developed, Jopo. I am proud to say that I've been on their staff for 3 years. Jerry and Marianne, thank you for giving the old man a chance to talk about your great, great, great products. #1 in our area and #1 in the world. I'm going to put a Paradise up there next Sunday. Brian's tournament, Paradise Vintage. Now 40 and over, we are trying it. If we get the entries, naturally we'll keep it. If we don't, well, that's up to the boss, but we have to try it. We have to make sure that we're covering the bases. We might get surprised. We don't know. Hopefully it'll be a good surprise, but if it looks like we're going to get hurt with the 50 and ups, we probably will go back to that. I think there's no harm in trying it for 1 week. All right, take care, Jace. Again, a very strong field, indicative of their ability. These are all real good ones that are left, folks. Believe me. And the matches should be exciting, competitive, and a very accomplished group of players.
I have your side pots and brackets up at the front desk.
Judy Schmilkowski's on. Welcome aboard, Judy. Danny Hyman. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you for coming. We are now in the step ladder. Again, this is a scratch event today. We have 5 excellent bowlers, 3 products of our junior program here that have really bowled well in their careers. Bobby Hamilton, James MacGyver, Brandon Rucker, and Dan Lynn, 4 product of the Southwest Florida junior programs, all very accomplished, fine young men, and the veteran out of Syracuse, New York, a man that no matter where he goes, he's still got it. The legend, John Huff, a fantastic player, gifted to be bowling this well in his 60s, can stay up with the kids. And right here, John Pfister for Brightview Financial and Allison Hamilton. That's Bobby's wife, Allison, and his father-in-law, John. Avid bowlers, the Hamiltons and the Pfister family for many, many years here. So Allison and John are going to watch Bobby right now. I love it. What could be nicer than that? To be able to put a father-in-law and a wife up of one of our sponsors watching Bobby. Pretty cool. Bobby got his start at Coral Lanes. I drilled his first bowling ball when he was about 8 years old. knew his mom and dad. He was best of friends with my son, Larry. They were inseparable as kids. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, that's not the way you want to start in a one-game match. You see, that's what tricks you on these pairs, because even though you think you know where to stand and where to look and how to throw it, that's what you get. That's why they call them sport shots. All right, so Brandon, very discouraged because you really don't want to start a one-game match, sudden death, after practice balls with an open. And that's enough to give you heartburn at a very young age. Now, let's see what Bobby does here now. High backswing. And he almost got left at 210. See that? That ball laboring. I like his shot, though, off his hand. Excellent shot. Pured it. Just got that little flutter at 40 feet where it wants to straighten out a little. Then it comes back and hooks in behind the head pin. No mistakes here. Don't miss the one-pinners. And that's a mistake. And again, I know you've only heard me say it 1,000 times. You got to make your one-pinners, and there it is. So, you know, you get a break, the guy splits. You're supposed to spare and be 11 up, and you miss a 10-pin. So even after one, this is scratch, no handicap. The difference between first and second is $162 in this match. Excuse me, fourth and fifth is $162, and you move on. So the loser of this match will get 100. So Bobby, light, heavy, and we've watched that all day. Dan Hyman running the Southwest Florida Men's and Ladies City Tournament at Bolero. Great job as usual. Dan, I hope you guys filled and had a successful event over in Cape Coral. Thank you for your hard work for over 40 years. John Campbell on, welcome aboard, John. All right, so now Brandon dodged a bullet there, and he knows it. He could be down 11 pins in the first frame if he were to strike here, but and there it is again. Look at this. Oh my God, is that unbelievable or what? See that? It goes out, he swings it, it comes back, and it stops. Unbelievable. Look at these guys. They just bowled all day. Neither one of them got a strike after practice. Oh, luckily, the most he can be down is 12. So you got to sit back now and think a little. Make a shot. Try to get a strike so you can pick up 10 in the fourth frame. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can you imagine bowling all afternoon, getting a stepladder match, and you're 25 or 26 in the third? That's why they call them sport shots. now, let's see if Hamilton can just mark the frame. Picks up wood if he marks it. Okay, that's a good shot. Leave it. Look at this. Look at this. Ooh, okay, 4-pin for Hamilton. So he's going to take a 22-pin lead if he makes this spare. Minus count in the fourth. But it could be up to 22 if he makes the spare. And that is a break because he's got it open, no strikes, and could be up 22 pins. Okay. So now and 500 added by the legend David Forbes. Unbelievable what he's done for us. It's probably the 5th or 6th time this year he's come up with 500. I mean, he's during the last bowling season just for our weekend events since last September. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, finally a strike. I love the way the shot has developed today after 6 games. See, they could still play out with urethane, too. That's amazing. And Brandon's got to be saying, oh, really? You finally let me get a mark? What did I do to deserve this? Okay, down 22, can cut it to 12. Almost left another 210. Unbelievable. Look at that. Could have had 3 of them in 5 frames. Tom Cook, you are absolutely right. Oh boy. And you're not going to find a finer young man than Brandon Rucker, who is level-headed, mature, a genuinely wonderful young man. And he's got to be very disappointed right now. He's better than this, believe me. But like we say, it's a sports shot. It's unforgiving. Whoa, that ball was out on the 3 board, and it got back to the head pin. I cannot believe that gutter's wide open like that. Wow. I mean, he missed right, and it looked like it hit a bumper. Attaboy. Missed the last one. All right, so he takes a commanding lead with 1 strike after 5 frames. He is up 34 pins with 1 strike and 1 open. Ashley Schwartz is on. Good to see you bowling today, my dear. I like the idea that you put your shoes on. Good for you. Now, this is no gimme for Bobby. Right now, he's got 32 pins. Covering the spare is big because if Brandon doubles, he'd only be down 12 pins if Bobby misses this. So, match is not over. It's really got to make this spare. It's too easy to miss. Oops, look at this. Oh my God. So now he goes 95, and if Brandon doubles, he's down 11. Just like that. He's 54 in the fifth. He could throw a double and be down 11 pins. That's crazy. Both kids, I mean, trying their heart out, but they got nothing. Look at that. 2 strikes between them. Oh, boy. Brandon doesn't miss this. He's going to have nightmares. I mean, it's obvious he's lost, but he did have a makeable in the 5th frame. And he's got a makeable here. And he does pick up some wood if he can make this. He's only down 21 if he makes this. All right, so he actually picks up some wood. Yeah, 750. So what you got? Your second? That's the worst you make. Well, you want some pots too. You want a couple of pots?
Handicap thing was about 256.
Ouch. Oh boy. Well, I don't know what to say other than I feel terrible. But again, he's a great young man, and I don't know if he can win this game, but he got nothing to be ashamed of. I'm sure he wanted a better finish than that. He's 80 in the 7th. So let's say he could put it out for a 170 with 4 in a row. Bobby right now at a 175 pace if he just spares and strikes out every other frame. So Bobby would have to open one more time to give Brandon a shot at it. Mark Madugno's on. Welcome, Mark. Now keep in mind, both young men averaged over 200 in the event. And in this game, they have 3 strikes between them. And obviously, they know how to bowl. But when they bowl on this, obviously every move they make does not work. And it's not that they don't know how to bowl. They do. They're very good. But when you get on something like this, you don't know where to go with it. Your feet or your eyes, or what ball, or what speed, or what release, or what loft. I mean, everything's a guess, and you usually guess wrong. All right, so now, if he does, he has to strike here to have a chance to win. If he doesn't strike here, the match is over. Because Bobby could go, let's see, 150. Yeah, he has. I think he has to strike here to have any chance at all. And he struck. Keep in mind, his max score is 170. Bobby's is 195. Bobby needs 2 marks to shut him out. 9 spare 9 in 10th and a 9 fill, and it's over. If he gets 3 straight 9 drops and 2 spares, he wins. Oops. And now, unbelievable. Can you believe this? Now, if he misses this, his max is 170 if he gets 9, and Brandon's max is 170. And I mean, it's not funny, but you can imagine what these guys are going through doing this. Jeez, unbelievable. So he cannot win the match by striking out. He can ensure a tie with a triple. If he goes open, he can lose. If he goes spare strikes, he can lose, or strike spare, he can lose. He cannot shut the game out in the 10th. The best he can do is triple for a possible tie. Now, if he spare strikes, he forces Brandon Rucker to double. Oops. Oh, I thought he missed it. God, don't want to miss another one. All right, if he goes 160 and Brandon gets the first one, it's 110. Yep. If he strikes, he forces Brandon Rucker to double. If he gets 9, Brandon needs the first one, 9 spare to tie. If he gets 8, Brandon needs the first one and 9 spare to win. So Brandon definitely has a chance to come up in the 10th frame and win the match, regardless of what Bobby does here. Brandon can win in the 10th. And I'm sure Brandon knows exactly what's going on here. He's a pretty smart boy. He knows he needs to strike twice to win. He's certainly capable. That's a good shot there. Look at this. No, he got 4. Unbelievable. God, I thought he trusted it. It just jumped off the spot. Hamilton is going to win 160 to like 130. Oh my God. Unbelievable. $160 to $128. And I don't know what to say other than, oh wow. All right, so game 1 is over, and one of the lowest scoring matches I've ever live streamed, but amazingly enough, with Bobby ending with 160, if Brandon doubles in the 10th, he wins. Unfortunately, a 4, and it's over. And it just goes to show you how tough this shot is. These two young men have been here all day. They both averaged 200 for 6 games, and in the one-game stepladder, they shot 288 between them. So we would never expect that, and they have nothing to be ashamed of. That's how tough the lanes are. We're now going to match 2. And I'm glad I'm not bowling, because they might beat me 120 to 86. Look at that score. Erase it, please. Look at that. Yes, thank you. Get that out of here. See, look at MacGyver's ball is doing what Rutgers' ball did. I mean, it gets down there 40 feet. It looks like it's going to be solid, and bing, right to the beak. So this is going to be quite unique, to say the least. There's no way to know or make any prediction. See, that lane looks a little tighter. See, that ball laid up a little bit. And, you know, if 44 did that, the pair doesn't look too bad. But 44 is a lot different than 43. It looks like it comes off that spot much harder.
The fight.
Wow.
It was a fight.
Stretch is on. How you doing there, brother Stretch? See, that looked good. See, that ball didn't bounce off that spot there. It sort of rolled up. Now, if he can get that look on both lanes, he might be a factor. It looks like he's changed his hand position, try to stay a little behind the ball, not tilted as much, which I believe is what you have to do. I think a lot of tilt here, forget it. It's going to go right and it's going to go left, and there's no consistency. You want to roll it, maybe 4 or 5 degrees of tilt off your hand, and that's it. Oh, he's got a good look. That was a little farther right, and it struck. He might have a good shot at him here. Again, first place 750, second place 550, third place 350, fourth place 262, fifth place 100, 500 added total by the legend David Forbes. I would like to become David Forbes' chauffeur. I will wear a little hat. I'll stop and get him coffee in the newspaper. All I want's $1,000 a week, and I'll tell them bowling stories. Give me $50K a year, and I will be leaving this position. All right, here we go. Hamilton striking. Now, obviously, James looked pretty good in practice, which means nothing. So let's remember, he's got all the potential in the world. He has been a college player out in Wichita for 4 years, both college competition. So he's not afraid of anybody. He's bowled, you know, under this situation before. The key is, can he get a good look and can he execute? Whoops. So you got that in. Boy, that lane hooks too. I mean, you point that up from there, it's going to jump the beak every single time. Now, right off the bat, tough spare. And that's not what he wanted. So right off the bat, Hamilton takes a 10, 11 pin lead on a strike, and boy, he can get up in the third frame and make it 31 with a double in the, second and third frame. He can be up 31 pins if he doubles. Just like that, 2 balls, 31 pins. Beautiful shot, getting the late 10 out. Good comeback for MacGyver. Now, Hamilton knows what's going on here. He knows if he doubles, he's going to put a lot of pressure on MacGyver. It can go 2 ways. You double, put a lot of pressure on him. You open here and you're behind. So one ball can change everything in this match. And he beaks it. All right, Hamilton for the spare and a 11-pin lead. And, all right, that's good. 2 marks in a row is wonderful. Just keep marking frames. Force your opponent to spare or strike. Don't give them opens. Don't miss makeable spares. Again, this is the Viper pattern. It's been bowled on all day since 1 o'clock. It's got almost 5 hours of lineage on it now with practice, 4.5 hours. Wow, great shot for Bobby. So that's good because, you know, he's telling MacGyver, you're not going to get 160 this game, so forget it. You know, make him think. Make him understand he can't make a mistake. He already did in the first frame. Now he's up on a lane where he opened. Got to keep the pressure on your opponent in 1-game matches. Make them think. If he strikes, he's 1 pin down working on a strike. So this is a big shot for MacGyver in frame 3. That looks good. Look at this. Oh, man. That's terrible break. You throw it that good? God. Tough enough to get a mark or strike. You pure it, ring and 10. On a strike.
All right, Larry Legend, have a great day, buddy.
All right, David. He says, how about that? I marked 2 frames in a row. All right, now, I think 43 is the easier of the 2 lanes. Not a lot easier, but it just looks a little readable off the spot. In other words, when the ball makes its move left, I don't think it's as radical as it is on 44. And he did strike here the last time, so I expect a good shot from James. Great shot. Both of these young men, product of our junior programs here in Southwest Florida, and 2 excellent ambassadors. Bobby Hamilton, a veteran, and whoops, what was that? Oh my God. Oh, he don't want to take it, but you know what? Sometimes you catch a break when you don't expect it, and he dodged a bullet there by leaving just the 8-pin. And again, hard to believe that we're seeing good bowlers miss these one pinners. I did not expect him to miss a pin in the middle of the pin deck. Now MacGyver can take the lead right here with a strike. They went ringing 10 in the third, so he did hit the pocket. Wow. Well, is that a great shot? I'll tell you, he's a good bowler, and he's definitely cool under pressure. You know, all that college bowling he did out there in the Midwest has made him very focused. And he's good. He's not lucky. The last two shots were dead where they belong. He left a ringing 10 in the third. Could have a four-bagger right here going up for number 5. So after that error in the first frame, he's pured 4 first balls in a row. Oops. See, that's the tighter of the two lanes. He leaked it to the right. A board? Maybe? And gets a 6 count. So he went from a potential lead to now being down by 2 to 14 pins. And it could be as much as 16 with a strike spare or a spare strike for Hamilton. And keep in mind, there is no clear-cut winner here. There's plenty of time left for literally anything to happen. And it could be 106 to 101, 105 to 101, or as high as 115 or 16 to 101, providing Hamilton makes the washout. And it's 106, 101, anyone's match, 4 frames to go. So MacGyver down 5 pins. Hamilton has struck in the 7th, and it's getting to the point now where MacGyver can't make any more mistakes. He's got a 6-3 and a 6-2 with 4 pocket hits in between them. The first and 6th frame where he opened. He's got to come back with a good shot here. And he stuffs a 7. Oops. Unbelievable. The loser of this match gets $262. The winner moves on to have the unenviable task of bowling John Huff. And I'm not so sure that's the guy you want to bowl right now. Now Bobby, who has a lead and can double, rips a 7-10, and this is absolutely crazy. Watch this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3 opens for MacGyver, and this will be the third open for Hamilton. Both bowlers have doubled. Both bowlers have 3 opens. And Hamilton has a 194 potential to MacGyver's 200 potential. So MacGyver now at a 170 pace on a strike, and Hamilton at a 174 pace before he throws this ball. So both bowlers within 4 pins of one another. And that's it. Both bowlers right now within 4 pins. Hamilton, 194 potential. MacGyver can shut him out with 3 strikes. 1 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th. If he strikes here, he takes the lead. If he doesn't strike the 10th and spares, Hamilton can beat him. If he opens, Hamilton just needs a mark in the 10th, even if he strikes here. Again, a close match. MacGyver now taking the lead by 4 pins. So hypothetically, if he goes 9 spare strike, Hamilton would need a strike to beat him. If he opens, Hamilton would need a mark to beat him. If he doubles, he wins. Like, you got to be kidding. These poor kids, they're just bowling their heart out, and there's just impossible to read the lanes. Now, he can still spare and force Bobby to strike by getting a spare and an 8 or 9 count. He's got to make this first. And he opens, and he's got to be wondering. Now, Bob needs a mark to beat him. If Bob spares or strikes, he moves on to bowl John Huff. And unbelievable. James MacGyver is going to win with 164 unless Bobby gets this out of the pit. And Bobby won the last game with 160. And James can win this game with 164 if Bobby does not convert this. And I've not seen anything quite like it in my announcing. And that's it. 164 to 162. And I don't know what to say other than I feel bad for both of them. So Bobby gets $262, and now James goes on to bowl John Huff. And it looks like all you need to bowl is 163 or more, and you can win in the first 2 games, which is insane. But look at it.
All right, tournament bowlers,
It's
after
not
the
pretty.
first match, we'll give a quick congratulations to our 4th place finisher, Bobby Hamilton. Our winner, James McIver, is going to move on. To
And this
John
is
Hughes.
why, ladies and
John
gentlemen,
his 2 balls
you're going to
for
understand where I'm
practice.
coming from. This is
You guys
why
ready
not
to
too
go
many
ahead and
people
start?
like to bowl on sport shots. Because everybody says they
Bowlers,
want them until
real
they have a
quick, if I
day
could
like
just
this
get
and
the
drive
adults
home
up
with a
here by
headache,
the front desk for
heartburn,
just a
and want to
minute. We
quit.
have a quick meeting,
And the
couple
minute
things
you
we
don't
need to go
blend these
over.
lanes with these
Just
balls and
meet
you
with
make
me.
them flat,
Again, if I could just
and
get
there's
the
carry
adults up
down
here by the
splashing
desk
around for
just a
6
moment.
games, this is extremely possible. And unfortunately, it's part of today's game that if you don't blend lanes, you have no idea what to do after 5 or 6 games of bowling on them because they change every frame. And these 2 kids are good bowlers and they're wonderful sportsmen. But it's embarrassing for them. And yet there's a winner and it moves on. And now we're going to see who's going to come along here. And it's the Huffer. And I'm not so sure that 160 is going to beat the Huffer, but we'll find out. Looks like James did strike in frame 1. So this is for real. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Oh no, that's practice, thank God. I would say, please don't give us another 160. I mean, it's fun live streaming, but watching that'll put you to sleep. All right, so the Huffer's going to warm up. And again, I feel terrible for Bobby and James. I mean, both guys just got lost. Brandon Rucker got lost. Unbelievable. Tracy's on. Welcome aboard, Tracy. Hey, how you doing, man? How you been? Doing all
Hi,
right?
everybody.
Are you doing good?
Yeah, good.
Good, good. I got this young boy that bowls the adult child that comes over to say hello to me. He's just a nice young man. You know, I like Huff's reaction here. It's a little less violent off the corner. If you'll notice, much smoother off the oil. Now he's not swinging left to right and then having it jump. It's pretty much going up the lane at the pocket with a little less tilt off his hand and a little more roll. Yeah, I do think that's going to help him. And I don't think Bobby's going to, or James is going to win this game with 160 either.
Boy, that
How about that?
that bear's a fun bear.
Whoa, what was that, Bob? I'm gonna bring the camera to you here for a minute. Obviously, you're a veteran. You've been bowling a long time. What happens when that's going on out there? What do you think? What are you thinking about?
Just trying to manage the pocket, but it's
It's
brutal to even get it there.
it's brutal, and even
Scared to throw it right, can't miss left.
yeah. If you're in a box and it's
Yeah,
about an inch wide,
exactly.
and you got to do everything right,
Yeah.
even for that inch.
Right.
I mean, you could pure it and
Well,
go
yeah.
2-8,
I got
10
it
or
in the-
Brooklyn.
Yeah, I got it in the box and then pocket 7-10. I mean,
Yeah.
and then miss left and through the face. But-
Well, while I was live streaming this pair, I did this just so you'll know. You'll like this. I had to do something.
Turned it off.
Well, I got them both watching you right here.
Oh,
You see, so
okay.
I told everybody you were being
Love
watched.
that. Yep.
See that's what it looked like.
That's
So when you
funny.
go home
That's
tonight,
awesome. Yep.
I said at least I'll have John and Amy watching
That's
Bob.
right.
All right. Anyways, good bowling.
Thank you very
Nice
much.
to see you with us
Yes,
today.
I appreciate it.
All right, Bobby Harrington, wonderful gentleman. Ooh, and the Huffer getting a veteran carry there. And I would be careful of the Huffer. The Huffer is a veteran of money matches, and he does not flinch. He has won a PBA Senior Regional here in 2021, beating Ralph Brunt Jr. from Port St. Lucie for a PBA title. Whoa. And in John's recent years bowling the Nationals, he has bowled and partnered up with Walter Ray Williams Jr. He bowls on the same team with Walter Ray. They are very good friends and teammates. So John Huff can actually say that he bowls USBC Open Championships with the man many believe to be the greatest bowler that ever lived. So how's that for an accolade, huh? That's not going to win him a game today, though, not with James MacGyver. Nope. The last time I live streamed two games where somebody won with 160 and 164 in the first two matches. I'm trying to go back to 2019, and I know one thing. I've never seen it in a scratch tournament. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. James is just absolutely beside himself. And I'm surprised because he's really good. But look at those last two shots. My God. He's just going to let Huff win this without even getting off the bench. He's got to put some pressure on him. Anyways, to see a 160 and 164 win in a scratch event is something I'm not used to, nor any of our viewers. However, evidently the Viper here at Lightning Strikes is a lot more than just the Viper. It might have a few other initials in front of it. And there's the strike. All right, now the Huffer going right up 3-4, maybe 5-4 is the angle. Let's see what he does here. That was about 7 out to 3. You know, he's overbellying the ball a little bit. He left the bucket last time. He left 2-5 this time. He's got to give it a 1-1 right with his feet and eyes. And stay firm. And he's got a little too much head belly, about an inch and a half too much head belly, and it's just not recovering. I had chop all over it, of course. And MacGyver right back in the match again. All right, here we go. Now, Huff leaving the bucket the last time on this lane, the 2-4-5-8. And there it is again. He's left the 2-5 3 times in a row. And on this lane 43, the 2-5 and the 8 twice in a row. I think we can feel safe to say that every time we run a scratch tournament and put out the Viper, we'd be safe doing that, knowing one thing, that no one has an advantage unless they create it themselves. There's no left to right advantage. There's nothing even close to it on this Viper. I mean, it's impossible to have what I would call area. There is no area. And if you make a great shot, you still don't know if it's going to get to the pocket. So I would not be calling it the Viper. Would you be calling it the Viper, Bianca? This shot?
Struggling today.
Do you know what the Viper is, Beth? You don't know what it is? I'll tell you what the Viper is, Bianca.
Woo, look at James.
The Viper means you can make the best shots you ever made in your life
They're not gonna fall.
and get nothing.
That's what I've been hearing
Now,
today.
in other words, there's another initial in front of the Viper that we can't say on the air, or two initials. And was that the amount of French fries?
I have your top from yesterday.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
No,
Cheryl
no,
said it's me.
no, I forgot. What am I
You're
doing?
good. We don't need you to sign.
All right, thank you, sweetie. You got it. I forgot about yesterday. I'm on the budget.
I wasn't even here
I'm
yesterday.
on the budget for hell. I'm not spending any money for 3 years.
There you go. I heard. We're gonna retire.
Yeah, I want
Look at
to.
James again.
I want to go on a lifelong vacation. All right, now James Struck did pick up the split, so Huff up by 10 before he throws this ball. He could be behind if he opens. Oops, that's left. No, it held. Looks like he switched balls or something. That one there held. He changed his hand position. So a great shot there because James is on a strike. So Huff can pick up 10 and have a 20-pin lead with a strike here. Oh, he's changed his hand position. He's done something different. Well, ho, ho, ho. So now, MacGyver coming up 20 down with 2 strikes. They're even. 2 strikes, even match. He's down 20. I would have to say he's got to put some pressure on Huff right here and at least get a strike and pick up 10. Boy, that was a good shot. Solid 4, trusted it. Beautiful stroke. So he's got to pick it up to be down 20. And now he cannot make any mistakes. He misses a one-pinner here or opens in the 7th. Huff will jump all over him. All right, it's not over. Now he has struck twice on this lane, in the 3rd and in the 5th. So get a strike here. Let Huff know you're not done. You know, keep him thinking. Last thing you want to do is open, make a mental error. He has struck here twice. He should keep it in play. Make a good shot. Pretty close, just a touch slow. So he falls with this spare, 21 down. He's got to make it and hope that Huff doesn't double, because if Huff doubles, he's 41 down and it's not looking good with 3 frames to go. But if Huff opens, the kid's right back in the hunt. So this match is not over. Got to make the spare. Oh boy. And that's all he wanted to do was get that going. I think he changed balls. I don't think it's the ball he threw earlier. And this guy's fantastic bowler, and he's just brought the lead to 30. And he strikes here. It's over. Unless MacGyver strikes out, he's got to strike out because John's in the 2 teens with the strike right here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you see that? A stone 710. The lanes are impossible anyways. He flush hit and leaves a 710. So now MacGyver can get up. Unbelievable. MacGyver can get up right now and double and be 7 pins down. That is crazy. He's got to be chomping at the bit. He's got a chance to win this match. He can strike out for 206. Oh my. What a great shot again for James. I mean, left the stuff 4 there, come back with a ringing 10. Got to pick it up. It's down 18. I thought it was 8. It's down 18 if he picks up the spare. All right, so he's got 195 in the wood if he strikes in the 9th. Huff has 213 in the wood. He's down 18 coming up into the 9th frame. Must strike here. Daniel Lynn has got to be chomping at the bit to bowl any one of these guys. I mean, he averaged 220 for the day, and they're all shooting 160s and 170s. I mean, they got nothing. Right now, John Huff has got the high pace of the first 4 games bowled. And that's it. It's over for MacGyver. He cannot win this match. Even if he spares 180, well, he'd have 182 in the wood. Huff would have to spare twice. He's got to make this. And he's got to be terribly disappointed. He'll get $350 for 3rd, but that's not what he wanted. Huff right now is slowly but surely getting lined up. And if he carries that 710 in the 8th, he's looking at 240. That's how big that 710 was. So he's won this match. He will bowl Daniel Lynn. No bowler has bowled 200 yet. Now, Huff can strike here, be the first bowler in 6 games to have 200. This is our 3rd match. 164 is the high game so far. E.J. Tackett has won his first 2 games in Indy, and that's the last guy you want to get loose against you because he ain't bowling for money. He's already become a millionaire. He's bowling to win. Huff with the bucket and the spare, and it's over. So John Huff will move on to bowl Daniel Lynn. James MacGyver will settle for $350. Huff now locked into $550 if he loses. So for 6 games, John Huff, the highest bowler so far with 193. And actually, you put that 710 in at a strike, he's in the 230s. So I don't think Daniel Lynn has got a lock right now against the veteran Huff. I think that he's got a bowl good. I don't know if 190 could win it. I think we're going to need a little more than that. But we'll see. 1 game to go. We want to thank all of you again for being with us on this beautiful Sunday here in Southwest Florida. And as you can see on a Sunday afternoon at Lightning, right here at 5 o'clock, we have an adult child league going on, and we love it. Every one of these bowlers, we're going to have a ball league. So at the end of the bowling, everybody gets a ball. And Ricky and Chuck have been drilling them. Once they pay their fees, they can get it in advance, or they can wait to the end and pay it off each week. But every one of these people here get a bowling ball.
All right, tournament bowlers, congratulations to our 3rd place finisher, James MacGyver. Our winner of that match, John Hugh, is going to move on, face our number 1 seed for the day, Daniel Lynn. Daniel's going to get his practice shots. Whenever you guys are ready, let's go ahead and get started.
And we are down to 1 game. The veteran 1994 U.S. BC Team All Events champion, a PBA champion here in this facility, a legend in Southwest Florida since he moved here some 30 years ago. And a money player, I might add. He's a guy that goes to the Megabuck events in his life, goes to the TAT out in Las Vegas, action player, likes to bet it up. Not afraid. There's no fear in Huff. He's one of these guys, got ice water in his veins. And I've known him many, many years, and I respect his longevity. Still throws the ball fantastic in his 60s. I did have a chance to bowl him 25 years ago here. I was still active, and we bowled a tournament called the Proprietors, which is a big money event, scratch with a Calcutta. And I bowled him for the title. I knew I how to bowl a big game. I got fortunate enough to beat him. We did bowl for a major title here 25 years ago. I was still active. I knew when I was bowling him that he could, beat me to death, but I pulled a little rabbit out of my hat. I used a ball that I never threw in my life in competition. I used it 2 games and won both games. In the second game, I beat him. I made $4,000 with the ball. I never used it again. I bowled 2 games with it and won $4,000. It was crazy. Never expected it a day in my life. It's still sitting in my kid's garage. And I named the ball Goldilocks because I was from Windsor Locks. And I took a picture of it and showed it to John one day. I said, here's the ball that beat you 15 years ago. He looked at me like I was nuts. I said, oh, no. I want you to look at Goldilocks real good. Next time I go home, I'm going to get a picture of Goldilocks again and let John stare at it now that it's been in the bowling ball graveyard for 25 years. All right, here we go. Up now. That's a beautiful shot. So, he can get to the pocket. 193 could have been 220 or higher, so I would say he's pretty close. Obviously, with Dan Lind, you know, we're dealing with a gifted youngster, and Huff doing what he can't do. And I cannot believe that he can do that. You cannot give a kid like this that break. He'll run all over you. He's gifted. He's fearless. Extremely intelligent, I might add. When you talk to him and you see his demeanor and you see how he handles himself, he never says anything out of line. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's very smart, very polite, very determined, and he's going to be great in his bowling life and his regular life. Huff with two great shots and just no carry. I mean, that 10 pin and that 7 right there off his hand. It's just absolute perfection. And just no breaks, misses a 10 pin. Danny starts with a double, and right off the bat, he's down. Look at this, don't hook early. Oh, God. Right off the bat, he's down 21 with 2 pocket hits. Robbie's watching, Bobby's watching, Ryan's watching, Gina's watching. And the third pocket hit. So he makes the adjustment, you know, again, he goes, you know, ring and 10, rip 7, makes the adjustment, solid 4. You can't throw the ball any better than that, and he's got nothing to show for it. He's shooting 180. So Danny's going to step up here, and you talk about in a positive position. He doubles here. He's up 43 pins. 41 pins with a double. Wow. You notice his eyes when he walks back? He's not looking at anybody. You notice the focus? He walks back, there's a stare, but it's not at anybody, and it's not at the scoring unit. Okay, it's a focus and a concentration that he's within himself. So he's looking down, he's looking up. He's not looking at any scores, he's not looking at any people. He's focusing on his body movement, what he has to do. Great concentration. Got one a little left, all right. See, looking down, not looking up, thinking about it, see? In his world right there, he only sees the ball return and the pins. I mean, he's walking back so he doesn't trip, so his eyes are open. But he doesn't see anything else other than that. The rest is going through his mind. What's he thinking about? He's thinking about execution, body feel, speed, footwork, rotation. Now Huff, flawless on the first ball with no strikes. Every ball a pocket hit. Finally, a break. He splits the rack open, gets the flower pot. Now, this is key. He's down 40. He strikes, he can cut it to 30. And because Dan's on a spare, if he strikes in the 6th, he cuts it to 20. So this right here is the whole match, in my opinion. Because Dan Lynn ain't going to give him too many openings. He's got to put some pressure on him right here. He's got to get a strike. Fantastic shots. I mean, they're all within a quarter of an inch. So now he's cut it to 30. Now, if Dan doesn't strike here, Huff comes back in the 6th and 7th, he cuts it to 10. And if Dan opens, he can actually catch him. So it's 19 pins for Dan with a spare. And this is the first match we've had where I believe both bowlers are going to keep it real close with balls in play. I don't see any errant shots. I'm kind of surprised that John flagged that one pinner, but he did come back with 2 more pocket hits and then finally catch a double. Now Dan, 19 pins ahead, throwing this ball. So if he doesn't strike, it comes off of that 19. Wow. What power off the spot. All right, 19. Huff strikes twice, literally a tie match. So he's 2 balls away from putting pressure on Lynn that I don't think Lynn has felt all day. All right, Lynn is not stupid. He knows right now he's got a great shot to the pocket, and Huff's got to make him perform right here. He doubles. He's telling Lynn, I'm coming. Don't make a mistake. He's got to make a statement right here. And that's a statement. I mean, those shots are as good as it gets. All right, so now it's 9 pins. He strikes, they're literally even. Huff has got 258 wood, and Danny's got 267 in the wood. Whoops. Oh boy, got a little to the right. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, they're even. Now Dan can bring it back to 20 with a double. Both literally tied to the pin. But Dan being on a strike and 1 frame behind can pick up 10 right here. Wow. something, talking about something down there. Whatever it is, he didn't like it, or it looked like he didn't like it. I thought it was a great shot, but then again, this kid's so good. He might have felt something he didn't like, and he got a strike, and then, probably said to himself, well, I can throw it better than that. So this is for a 20-pin lead now. Wow. Threw that one better. I'll tell you something. There's no fear in that boy. And he's the best young player to come out of Southwest Florida, in my opinion, since Evan Baranecki and Nick Larson, who are both still great, and they're very young. This boy here's got it. Fantastic bowler. John still in the hunt, needs to strike here. Beautiful stroke, look at that. And Huff staying right with him. If he strikes, they're even again. And Lynn can get up and shut him out, of course, because Lynn has 260 in the wood and he will finish first. So Huff now to bring the match back to even. That's to the right. It's got to hurry. Wow, and it rips the rack. He's got a little room, creating it. All right, even again. Huff can finish for 58. Lynn for 67. Now here's the deal. Lynn triples, he wins. 1 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th. It's over. If he misses here, he can't shut Huff out. If he misses and spares, Huff can strike out to win. So this is the shot of the day for him. This keeps him alive for a shutout. Oh, wow. Well, you can't throw it any better than that. That's a veteran shot. And that is part of the game. But no one can say he threw it bad. Now, he's got to pick it up. He's at a 236 pace. Huff right now at a 237 pace. He's got to pick this up. No mistakes. And unbelievable. Look at this. What do I say about one-pinners every week? And look what both bowlers have done. Both bowlers have missed one-pinners in this game. And now Lynn not only falls behind, but here's the deal. If he goes 224, John needs 9 to win on the first ball. And he goes solid 7, solid 10 up to the neck. Oh my God, what a game he just bowled. He's got to pick it up, get a strike, force Huff to mark the 10th to win, or get 9 in the 10th to win. If he spares strikes, Huff needs 9 to win on the first ball. And I'll tell you right now, the young man bowls as good a game as you could ever get. But look at that 9th frame. That doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. All right, he needs a strike to force Huff to get 9 on the first ball to win. Now, Huff gets 8 on the first ball. He needs to make the spare to win. All right, 224. Great game for the young man. Huff, 9 on this first ball. He's a winner. 8, he needs to spare. And that's it. How about that? Wow. And I mean, he got that left and it held. And sometimes the game is a little forgiving when you do enough right. And that's it. He is a winner. a veteran from Naples, Florida, coming up with 247 to 224. And the 6 previous games before this, the high was terrible. So, John Huff coming alive to win. And I'll bring him in the booth and I know, John. The 3 bowlers that were ahead of John coming in here today were his age. He's still great, Jason. And I mean, that's a lesson. We just got a lesson in bowling and a great lesson from Dan. 2 fantastic bowlers. No shame there. And there it is. After a rather dismal first 3 matches, all of a sudden they came to life, and what a fantastic match that last game, huh? I love it. I like calling matches like that. That's me. I like exciting matches with lots of strikes and people coming back at each other and banging away. And obviously, we have a great winner and a great runner-up, and that's why we live stream here in this beautiful facility. Okay, we're going to get John in the booth. Let's go down there and watch Mr. Luke.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to announce our top 5 winners of our scratch tournament today. Starting off in 5th place, we have Brandon Rucker. In 4th place, we have Bobby Hamilton. Who I think may have had to dip out already. In 3rd place, we have James McIver. Our 2 finalists for today in 2nd place, taking home $550, we have Daniel Lynn.
How about that game he bowled with a solid 7 and a ringing 10 in the 10th? He could have shut him out.
We have John Hughes.
There he is. The legend beating the kids. Look at those kids. The 3 of them add up to his age.
Huff, sorry, John Huff.
John Huff. Not Hugh. There he is. The Huffer. And I'm sure those 3 young men admire this man's durability and longevity. And he's, believe me, he didn't get here by being lucky. He got here by being great. There he is.
All right. Once again, just want to thank you to David Forbes for providing that $500 pop bonus today. Make sure you guys say thank you to him when you see him. Next weekend, we do have another Sport Shop tournament. I don't think it's Scratch. I believe we have a 9-pin Sport Shop tournament next weekend. So if you guys are interested in that, make sure you come check us out.
All right, Luke, doing a great job. Slowly but surely learning the trade. John is going to come in the booth for 2 reasons. One, I want to see if you folks can guess the 2 reasons, knowing me the way you do. 1, so I can congratulate him, and 2, so I can ask him if I could borrow $750 on a non-return basis. Boy, would I like $750 for doing this show today. I might even come back next week if I thought I could whack him for a fast $750. Yee. That's a lot of green peppers for an old man. All right, where is he? Come on, Huffer. I want to get out of here. I've been here since 10 o'clock. I'm tired. I want to go lay down with my kitties and have some supper and watch some TV. And he's coming down here now. Boy, is he good, huh? Nice to see a scratch event here today and two great performances this last game. This boys put on a show. That's what it's all about here. He's gonna just come in and say hello. I'll make it quick. First and foremost, on behalf of Robert, congratulations, and our staff, very nice. Great performance, great shot making, great fiddling with the hand, and those three kids equaled your age?
Yeah. Daniel's 18. I'm 62, so I'm 3 times older.
Daniel's 18, and you're 62.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you switch balls? Was that a different ball from the first game?
I went back and forth between the Venom Shock and the Ion Solid.
Yeah, and you used the Iron Solid the last game?
Yeah.
What a look you had with that. You had a touch more room. Just a smidge.
Picks up a little earlier.
Yeah, it set up sooner.
Yeah.
It wasn't as violent. I like that.
That left lane 43, it's 37-foot pattern, but it looks like everybody felt like it was 48 feet because it was so tight down lane.
Yeah.
So I actually, even though I was standing right, I actually moved farther right with my feet
Yeah.
so I could get a little bit more of the hook
Boy, you
spot.
threw it fantastic. You're a scientist out there. You still got it.
Feel
Very,
those
very
shots,
impressive. Very impressive.
Feel the shots I had to get it to the friction. I mean, I didn't miss right on purpose, but when
Yeah.
I got it to the right, it hooked back.
Well, your misses are minute, and if you do steal one, God bless you. You know, if you're
Yeah.
making, 12 or 13, 14 good shots in a row and you steal a strike, you're supposed to.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't keep leaving ringing 10s and solid 4s all day and rip 7-10s.
yeah.
I mean,
That lane.
that was unbelievable there on a 4-bagger.
Yeah.
That was about as solid a 7-10 as I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that lane's tight down lane.
But anyway, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate
Nice to see you with us. Come back soon.
it. Good. I'll be back.
I'll see you Wednesday night, and
Yes, sir.
nice bowler.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the Huffer, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to call it a night. Thank you all so much again, as usual, on behalf of Robert Eddy, Luke, our staff, all of us here, David Forbes at Audio Fort Myers, and everybody here at Lightning. See you Tuesday night at 10 to 7. Good luck and good bowling.